Good morning. I'll be right with you.
So it's not just
All right. I think I'm up and running now. Okay, guys. Testing. Okay. I think we got it. You guys in YouTube world, if you can hear me, please let me know in the chat. Technical problem. All right. Caitlin, if you can hear me, please let me know. So, Caitlin, mic check. Okay, good, good. We can. Okay, looks like we finally are live. Okay, let me get to here. Good morning, Melissa. I appreciate you tuning in. So we got that. Oh, it is hot, guys. Oh, I'm terrible. I hate it when tech doesn't want to work because I don't know how to solve the problems. Okay, good morning, everyone. We're going to give this a try. How is everyone? Tired. It's Wednesday. Yeah, for sure. Uh, yeah, please forgive me. I'm like melting up here. Um, did anybody practice blood pressure? Okay. Ha-
I couldn't find a victim.
Okay, that's all right. It's okay. You've got a whole weekend ahead of you.
Victim.
Yeah. How did it go practicing blood pressure? Are you starting to maybe kind of dial it in a little bit? A little bit? Do you feel like you need a third hand? Yeah, one more hand would be perfect, but you don't have another hand. So that's where practice is going to come in. The more you practice, the more it'll all kind of come together. And eventually you'll find yourself doing a blood pressure, go, oh, wow, that actually worked. So practice is the only way you're going to get there, though. Okay. We've got a lot of things to do today. We have 4 skills to go over. To be honest with you, I don't know for sure that we're going to make all 4. We're going to try, but the last one we may push off until a different day. We've got a little bit of time to play with later in the schedule, but we do have 4 on the schedule for today. And we're also going to be registering for the state exam. I'm going to give you the registration paperwork. We're going to talk about it, go over the steps, all of that. So lots to do today. All right. Before we get started on all of that, let's see how you did on chapter 4. Everybody take the test on page 135.
Yeah, I think it was fine.
Yeah, it's a little bit more of a challenging chapter. All right. Anybody have any specific questions for me?
So is this like chapter 4 ends on like page 113 or 114, and you had us read up to 110? One of the questions said something about HIV, and that was on the next page. Would you like us to?
Oh yeah, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I've got to update the yellow books are new. The blue books were the previous version. So page numbers probably because every time something changes, I have to change the page numbers in a million places, and I must have forgotten it on the syllabus.
Is this a trick? Is he trying to make sure we follow the care plan?
So,
Nothing but it.
so check apartments page numbers. Yeah, you guys are only the second class to use the yellow book. So yeah, I'll check on that. Thank you. Good observation. Oh, good point. Thank you.
I had trouble on number 10. Because I would think that that answer for number 10 would be all the above. For the untreated diabetes can lead to, you would think that it would be all the above.
Okay.
But in the diabetes census, it would be vision loss or blindness, right? My original answer was all the above.
Let me see your book real quick.
All the extra ones I got wrong.
So chapter 4, text number 10 is.
Oh, I looked at the so
Yeah, no, that.
okay.
Yeah, you got that one right. You got
Okay.
that one right.
All right.
Yeah, no, all of the above is correct.
Okay. My eyes were playing tricks on me yesterday.
No worries at all. No worries. All right. Any other questions before I take grades? No. All right, Mariah, Karina, Zion, Janice, Jennifer,
No.
Rylan.
I'm in the middle of grading it.
Okay. Jashante, Alana, Desiree, Allison.
Yeah, 90.
Thank you, Kristen.
90.
Thank you, Keith.
Oh.
Thank you, Delilah. Delilah, do you have 2 and 3 for me?
I didn't give you my eyes for math yesterday for those two.
Okay.
Monday.
Hold on a second.
For 2, I got a 95 on this one,
Okay.
and 3 out of this one.
Very good. Okay, Rebecca. Okay, your name again? Janice. Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay.
I told you the wrong number.
For chapter 2, I got 2 wrong.
Okay.
For chapter 3, I got 4 wrong.
Okay. What about 3?
3?
I need.
That one was 4.
Okay, 3. So 2 wrong on 2, 3 wrong, or 4 wrong on 3.
Yes.
What about 4? Chapter 4.
4, I didn't do it.
Okay. All right. That's fine.
It was a 99 and 95.
Okay, and your name again? Jennifer. I got a lot of J's in here. All right. Okay. Any other questions?
Oh, I got my test score 200.
Okay, and you are Rylan? Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, so body systems. I know it'll drive you nuts. But here's the thing we have to understand that there are different systems in the body and that all of those systems work together. Now, everything working together, the term is called homeostasis. Okay, that's the term when everything's working together. But we need to understand that if we have, let's say, lung cancer, okay? So lungs are a part of what system? Okay. So if we have lung cancer and that's affecting our respiratory system, because by the way, did you guys know that cancer is just one of your cells that grows abnormally? Like cancer is something that you manufacture. It's not something you catch, right? So you have one cell that gets tripped, something happens, and it kind of goes haywire, and it starts multiplying rapidly and growing. Now, this isn't what it's supposed to do. So when it's multiplying, it's now spending all of its time multiplying, it's not doing its job. And now, because it's multiplying, it's creating copies of itself, and they're not doing their job. So we end up with this cluster of cells that's not doing its job. All it's doing is multiplying, and that reduces the amount of cells we have doing a good job. Make sense? It's taking up space. Best idea is to weed it out. If we can't weed all of it out, then maybe we can put some drugs in there to slow it down or kill it. Okay, we might use a laser to target it, but it's ultimately just one of your cells. Okay, so if we got that problem going on in our lungs, we might think, okay, well, that's just going to affect the lungs, but it doesn't. It affects other body systems too. Because the lungs, if you look at it, the lungs surround this guy right here. Anybody know what that guy is? The heart. So if the tumor gets too big and presses on the heart, it's going to affect the heart, right? It also, because those cells aren't doing its job, what it's supposed to do, that means that some of our blood isn't getting oxygenated. Well, what kind of cells in your body need oxygen? Okay, red blood cells carry the oxygen, but every cell in your body needs oxygen. Yeah, they can't live without it. So if we've got lung cancer, we got a cell that's kind of gone haywire, taking up too much space. We're not able to absorb enough oxygen, which means that the red blood cells don't have as much to do. Okay, not as much to carry, and the whole job of the red blood cells is to carry oxygen through the body, so every cell in the body can benefit from it. Now we got a whole body problem because our cells aren't getting enough oxygen. Does that make sense? Okay. Cells not having enough oxygen is probably going to make you tired, like me today. So tired. So when you're tired, you probably don't eat very well. So that's going to affect the gastrointestinal system. You're starting to see how this one problem way up here in the north is definitely going to have a problem on other body systems because they all work together. You guys understand that? That's what you need to understand as a CNA about body systems. Now, you can do a deep dive into this. That's fine. And you will do a deep dive into this if you go into nursing. I mean, a really deep dive into this. If you go into medical school, you're going to get even way deeper into this. So we're just barely scratching the surface here. But we do need to know that as CNAs, when we're taking care of patients, if we see that a patient has diabetes, we might think to ourselves, okay, I read in the book that diabetes is an endocrine problem because insulin's a hormone. That's an endocrine problem. So patient's endocrine system is in trouble. But if you don't understand the effect that that can have on other body systems, you may not pay attention to the patient's feet, which we're going to talk about today. So there is a direct correlation between a problem here in the endocrine system not producing insulin and the patient's feet, musculoskeletal system, integumentary system, which is skin, right? So those two don't look like they should go together, but they do. And if we don't understand that, then when we see something like foot care on the care plan, we may, if I can get to that, I will. If not, it's no big deal. It's actually a really big deal. Okay. So every condition that the patient has is going to have an unintended consequence in some other body system. So as a nurse, I did that deep dive and I know that. So my job as the RN is to write up a care plan with the knowledge that I have from this deep dive that tells you to make sure that you're doing foot care on that diabetic patient every day. Okay. Now you're not going to know why. Why? I'm going to tell you why in a little bit. But everything that you see on the care plan has a purpose. There's no busy work in CNA land. No busy work in CNA land. Every action that we ask you to take, everything that's on the care plan has a purpose directly related to one of these systems. And that's what I really need you to understand. So that when we ask you to do a skill, it's because there's either a problem or we think there might become a problem in one of these systems, and I need you to go check it out. Okay. Good? Does that make sense? All right. So our first skill up today. Oh, okay. Hi, Talia. Good morning. Will you be posting the registration link here as well for Florida? Actually, yes, in a little bit. For the end of class today, we're going to get into test registration on my website. Caitlin, if you can, the last ticker in the banner section. If you go onto my website, foryourscna.com, under the testing menu, our test registration instructions right there. Foryourscna.com, under the testing menu, test registration instructions. And we'll be going over that in detail in a little while. All right. So our first skill today is side position. This is on page 98 of your skills book. I spent 12 hours sitting in my chair yesterday. At my office working on the new book. The only time I got up was to go to the bathroom. 12 hours sitting there working on that new book. It's got a lot of very useful information in it. I'm going to bring you a page on Monday of how I'm doing the skills. I'm adding an additional page in, and I think you'll find it helpful. But I've got to get them finished. But I'll give you one on Monday so you can see the new format. 98. But I'm really happy with the way it's coming out. And as I was working on the skills book, I was thinking about today's lecture and the things that I'm going to tell you and what I can put into the book to make your learning a little bit easier as we move forward. So this skill is all about preventing bed sores. That's why we're doing this. Now, in a perfect world, your patient's going to do this all on their own. We're not involved in a perfect world. This is not always a perfect world, though. When you go to bed at night, you probably don't wake up in the exact same position that you went to sleep in. You move around at night. Even when you're sound asleep, you toss, you turn, you stretch, you flex, you relax, you twitch, you do all kinds of things in your sleep. So even though your mind is kind of down and out, your body is still somewhat active. And the whole reason for that is gravity. Gravity is the reason that you toss and turn. Now, on planet Earth, we have gravity, and gravity pulls down to the lowest point. That's what it does. So gravity actually starts in the center of the Earth, and everything on the Earth is trying to be pulled to the center. So if I'm standing, all of my body weight is being pulled down to the bottom of my feet. Now, over time, if I stand here in this one position for a long time, my feet are going to get tired, sore, irritated. So I'm probably going to kind of shift my weight a little bit. I might like stretch a little bit. Now, I may not even be aware that I do that, right? But I usually shift my back and forth. I don't stand perfectly still in one spot because all of that body weight being pulled down through the soles of my feet compresses all of those muscles and, more importantly, all of those blood vessels. So it's like a straw, right? If the straw is wide open, things go through. If you crimp that straw, if you press down on it, press down on it, press down on it, press down on it, eventually nothing's going to get through. So that's what's happening in the blood vessels of my feet right now. Blood, because of all of my body weight, is scrunching down on my blood vessels. Blood is having a hard time getting through. That, because of the decrease in blood flow, is making my muscles irritable. They're getting mad. Hey, dude, we need blood down here. That signal goes up to my brain, and my brain says, hey, body, shift weight. And when I do that, now I'm off of that foot. My blood vessels are able to open up, blood can flow through, and that foot is happy. But this foot isn't. So after a few minutes, this foot starts screaming, and I might shift my weight again. Now this foot is getting good blood flow. You see how that works? Your butts are doing that right now because you're sitting on them, right? And all of your body weight is being pulled down to the part of you that's contacting the seat. So your backside and your thighs, right? And over time, you're going to start fidgeting. This is also why I give you a break. It's natural, it's normal, and it's something that you do without even thinking about it. But you also do it at night in bed. When you're laying in bed, your body, whatever part of your body is contacting the mattress, that part of the body is not getting good blood flow because of your weight compressing those capillaries. So what the areas don't get enough blood flow, they don't get oxygen. It rings a bell in the brain. Hey, dude, we need some oxygen. Brain says, body, turn, and you flip over.
Is that why, like, sometimes you wake up and your foot or your arm is asleep because you're like on it?
It could be, but that's more nerve. Yeah, that's more nerve. But yeah, same type of principle. There's a nerve impingement there, though. Okay. And usually it's relieved by moving around. Okay. So you starting to see how that whole system works. Okay. Now, what would happen if I wasn't able to move? So if I'm standing here and somehow I got frozen in this position and I wasn't able to move, what's going to happen to the muscles and the nerves and the capillaries in my feet if I can't relieve that pressure and it doesn't get blood flow? Okay, so first they'll fall asleep. Okay, they're going to die. Yeah, those cells are going to die. Yeah, and eventually it will cause a breakdown. That's what this skill is all about, is understanding the effects of gravity. It's understanding our need to move to counteract those effects of gravity. And what our responsibility is if our patient cannot move themselves. That's what this skill is all about. Okay. So our care plan at the top of the page says position the resident on his left side. Patient requires support to remain on his side and is unable to assist with turning. So that's what we're supposed to do today. We're going to turn a patient onto their left side. Now, this is where it gets a little bit tricky because your left is not your patient's left. If you're looking at the patient, okay, so if I'm looking at you, this is my left hand. That is not your left hand. Your left hand is opposite of me. Now, what do we know about the care plan? Right. It's the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan. So if this says turn the patient on, now this was a short care plan, guys. There's not much there to mess up. Turn the patient on their left side. That's your care plan, right? So what happens if you accidentally put the patient on their right side? What happens to your test score? Yeah, that was the care plan. That was it. You did not follow that care plan. And I hear this from students quite a bit. Well, I did this still right. I just put them on the wrong side. I don't understand why I failed. Well, you failed because you didn't follow the care plan. There's a reason that it says left side. If they didn't care, it would say any side. They care. Okay. So we got to figure out why. Why is it important that the patient's on his left side? Why is that something that is being graded? We're going to get there in a minute. So let's talk about how we're going to turn the patient. Now, I just talked to you guys about you sleeping in bed, right? And chances are at home, you probably don't have side rails on your bed. You probably haven't had side rails on your bed since you were about this tall. And that's because when you are a baby, firstborn, mom brings you home, she puts you in a crib. Crib has tall sides to keep you safe so you don't roll off the bed because you're a baby. You don't know any better. You have to learn. After about a year, year and a half, though, you've learned. And you haven't just learned how to roll, you've learned how to stand and how to climb, and you do all kinds of stuff. And that crib is no longer keeping you safe. So, something that did keep you safe originally is no longer keeping you safe now. What happens if that child climbs over the edge of the crib? Going to fall. And they're not going to fall from this height, from bed height. They're going to fall from this height. That increases your risk of injury. So mom realizes this pretty quick. Okay, that's no longer safe. So mom takes you out of the crib, puts you in one of those little toddler beds, ones that are close to the floor, puts a little side rail thing on there, and probably pads the floor. That way, as you're learning and you roll out of bed, you're not going to get hurt. You're closer to the floor. Make sense? Okay. So as you're learning between 1.5 and 3, that side rail kind of stays in place because you're learning. But by the time you hit 2, 2.5, 3 years old, you don't need that side rail anymore. You got this down. Your body has developed something called spatial awareness. This is your body's ability to stay safe in the space that it has. And spatial awareness is one part of the brain that does not go to sleep when you do. Most of your brain goes to sleep at night when you go to sleep. But there's small parts of the brain that stay awake all the time. And spatial awareness is one of them. This is why you can toss and turn in bed. You can move around, you can stretch, you can flex, you can switch, and you don't fall out of bed because a small part of your brain is always on. Even though you're tossing and turning, it's keeping you safely in the space you have to work with. Make sense? Okay. And this is developed somewhere between 1.5 and 3 years old. This is when we develop it. Now, this area of your brain is always on, except when you're using alcohol and with some medications. So this is why when you drink alcohol, you can start out on the bar stool, but after a couple of drinks, it gets a little trickier. And you tend to maybe list to the side, or you need one foot on the floor to hold steady, or and you're more likely to fall out of bed. So outside of alcohol and medications, this part of the brain usually works pretty well. So that's why you can go to bed at night and not have side rails and stay safely in the space you have to work with because a small part of your brain always on. Good? Now, this does not, it's not limited to your bed. Like you take this part of the brain with you everywhere you go. So if you go to a hotel, a strange bed, you're still able to stay in that space because your brain knows what it has to work with. And it's not based on size. Some of you think, well, yeah, my bed is big. I got lots of room to roll around, but it's actually not based on size. How many of you have ever fallen asleep on the couch? Okay. So it's not based on size. It's not based on familiarity. It's based on your brain knowing the space that you have to work with. Good? Make sense? So that doesn't change when your patient comes to a clinical setting. They bring that piece of the brain with them. So I can put a patient in bed. I don't need side rails to keep them there. They've got the brain with them. Their brain is going to do that for me. I don't need side rails to keep my patients safe in bed. But I told you there were two things that can affect them: alcohol, which we usually don't serve in a clinical setting, and medication. So my job as the RN is to know which medications affect facial awareness and have things on the care plan to help prevent falls, right? So if the patient needs side rails because of the medication that they're on, then that will be reflected in the care plan, right? You don't get to make that decision. And in reality, I don't get to make that decision. I can make a recommendation. Hey, this person needs side rails. I can't make the decision. And that's because freedom of movement is a constitutionally protected right. Okay. So I can't decide, even for your own good, that you need to be restrained. I can't make that decision. In fact, there's only 3 types of people in the entire country that can make that decision, and 2 of them are temporary. There's only 3. One of them is law enforcement. Law enforcement can impede on your ability to move about freely. They can use handcuffs, they can use restraints, and they can put you in a cell. They can't impede on your freedom of movement, but it's temporary. Who do you have to go see if law enforcement? A judge. A judge is the only person who can restrain your freedom of movement long term. I told you there were 3 then, right? Law enforcement, temporary, judge. So who's the third one? No, well, close, close. A doctor, not a nurse, a doctor. And just like law enforcement, it's temporary. Okay. So law enforcement, temporary, can impede with your freedom of movement. Physician, temporary, can impede your freedom of movement. But who's the only one that can make it long term? Judge. So even in healthcare, if we want to take somebody's rights of movement away, we have to go to a judge. You guys see that legal principle here? This confuses CNAs a lot because a lot of CNAs think safety. I've got to keep this patient safe. I'm going to put the side rails up, not understanding that they are infringing on the patient's legal rights. You cannot make that decision. In order for me to get an order to restrain a patient, I have to get the doctor to give me the order, and then that doctor physically has to come in and eyeball this patient within 4 hours of giving me the order. So there's no way. If I call the doctor at midnight and say, hey, this patient needs to be restrained, that doctor is not going to give me the order because he's got to come in within 4 hours and eyeball the patient. Not going to happen. So the emphasis is not on restraining patients. The emphasis is on finding other alternatives so that we don't restrain the patient. So let's go back to that infant a while ago. When the infant was in the crib, they were nice and safe, but as they grew, they started coming out of the crib, and that was no longer safe. So what did we do? What did we move them to? Toddler bed, or a low bed, a bed that's low to the floor. We have beds in clinical settings that go very low to the floor. So if we're afraid of the patient falling out of bed, we can put them in a very low bed. So if they roll out of bed, they're rolling onto a mat and they're not injured. Much safer than putting side rails up, because adults are like children. They are. If I put you in a bed, put your side rails up and say, stay, most of you are going to not stay just because somebody told you to stay. And I'm one of them. You tell me to stay in that bed and there's no good reason for it, and I want to get up, those side rails are not going to stop me. But just like that infant, what they did was increase my risk of injury. Side rails are considered a restraint. Okay? We can't use them without a doctor's order. And even then, it's temporary. We got to find a bigger solution. You guys understand that? Super important that you understand that. Now, absolutely. This is a big topic for the test. Yeah, neon lights. Because it's a legal principle. It's legal. Now, let me show you why you don't need side rails. This is pretty interesting. I need a volunteer, somebody to come lay down in this bed with me.
I'll do it. I'll be the victim.
You can lay down on your back in the bed for me. I'm going to turn this. See if I can get this hooked up. Okay. All right. So I don't know if you've noticed this, but when I asked her to lay down in the bed, I did not ask her. Okay. I did not ask her to put herself in the middle of the bed. Where did she put herself? Why did she do that? Yeah, it's what her body told her to. It's safe. Her body's like, I am not going to be. Now, she knows she's not going to be in that bed for very long. Right? It would make more sense to kind of lay on the edge of the bed. She knows she's just about to get up. But her body didn't do that. Her body decided the best place for her was in the middle, right? So your patients do this too. You don't have to tell them to lay in the middle of the bed. They're going to put themselves in the middle of the bed because that's the safe place for them. But if I ask you, can you turn so you're facing that wall for me, just like you would at home? Just turn so you're facing the wall. Turn on your side. Turn on your side. Okay. She did not roll. If she rolled, where would she have been?
On the floor.
Yeah. On the very edge of the bed at least, but probably on the floor. So her body knew. I asked her to turn. Her body knew that if she just rolled, that's no good for her. So she shifted as she turned. Her body is where in the bed? In the middle of the bed. So she started out in the middle of the bed. After her turn, she's in the middle of the bed. I didn't have to tell her to do that, did I? You guys do that too. You know who else does that? Your patients. So our patients must always be middle of the bed. That is a principle that we have to learn. Whether they're on their back or on their side, our patients must be in the middle of the bed. Now, the problem comes in if our patients can't turn themselves. If they can, they're just going to shift like she did. But if they can't turn themselves and we're going to turn them, we have to be aware of this principle. So can you come back onto your back, please? Okay, so if I am going to roll this patient, if she can't move herself, she can't turn herself over in bed, I'm going to have to turn her. If I just roll her, she's going to end up on the edge of the floor. We know that doesn't work. So if I'm the one that's going to do the moving, I've got to do this in 2 steps. I'm going to scoot her toward me and then roll her away from me so that after the roll, where does she end up? In the middle of the bed. So it's scoot toward me and roll away. Now, we always want the patient to roll away. And the reason that the patient must roll away is twofold. Number one, so I'm going to have you one more time on your side facing the wall for me. Okay. So here's the problem. Gravity, once again. Gravity is always going to try to pull her onto her back because most of our, when we're on our side, most of our weight is distributed back here. So more weight back there means gravity has a bigger impact. So left to your own devices, without anything to keep you on your side, you will slowly start to fall backwards, okay? And that's because of the way gravity works. Now, if I'm back here and she starts to roll this way, it's no problem. I can stop that roll. But if I had her turn toward me, if I had her turn toward me instead of away from me, and she starts to roll backwards, it's way harder for me to stop that roll. I am now having to lean over the patient, and that puts me off balance, and I'm more likely to fall and injure the patient. Does that make sense? So you must remain behind the patient behind for safety. That way you can stop any roll that might happen. Now, there's another reason why you have to remain behind the patients behind, and that's for propriety's sake. That's really the only way I can put it. As you know, the patient, the crotch level, there's no other way to say it, right? If I'm facing this patient and I've got the patient up close to me, their face really is at crotch level, and that's not comfortable for your patient. Should not be comfortable for you either. And if your patient has been a victim of any kind of sexual trauma, this is a big deal. This is a triggering event. Your patient can go from compliant to combative like that. You won't know why. So never turn a patient toward you. Thank you. Good job. Good?
Now, what if, like, say you're like behind them? Like, what if the patient, like, I don't know, which rolls forward?
Well, because most of their weight is in the back, it's very easy to keep your hand on their hip and their shoulder and just pull them back towards you because you've got their weight on your side to be able to do that.
No. My bed's comfortable. It's too squishy.
Please hold. Okay. Now, I found a device I really want to buy. It's a follow system. Like my camera connects to it, and it trains on me, and it follows me around the room. That way, I don't have to do this, and the battery should last a little bit longer, right? Because this doesn't last the whole 4 hours. Really liked it. But man, is it expensive? Oh my gosh! I need to start a GoFundMe. Miss Patti needs a follow me system. All right. Okay. So let's talk about what makes a side rail a side rail. Okay. So you can see the similarities here, right? This one, the spokes are vertical. This one, the spokes are horizontal. It does the same thing. It's designed to keep somebody corralled. Now, a lot of nurses get this wrong. I'm an old nurse. When I first started nursing, we had side rails on every bed. They were put up for every patient. This was just like a thing, right? So I had to be retrained in this. So we weren't really aware that side rails were considered a restraint. We really never thought about it. And most old nurses will tell you, yeah, I need side rails for safety because my patient is weak. I don't want them up wandering because they could fall, right? That's the big trigger word. We don't want our patients to fall. So side rails help prevent falls. That's what we were taught. That's what we believed. But do they really prevent falls? Let's think about that for a second. So the main reason that you're afraid that your patient is going to fall is probably because they're weak, right? So if we put somebody in bed, put the side rails up, and they don't get up and walk, is that making them any stronger?
No.
In fact, it's
More weaker.
making them weaker. So did we help?
No.
No. So using side rails for safety on weak patients does not help. Does not help. It's kind of a false sense of good. It's actually not good. It's detrimental to your patient. Another one, well, my patient is dizzy. I don't want them up and moving around on their own because they're dizzy. Well, if they're dizzy, this can actually be detrimental to them because of injury. Okay. There are very, very, very few legitimate reasons to have side rails on a patient. And if we are going to use them, we have to check on them every 15 minutes and we have to release them every 2 hours from the restraints and allow movement. So there's a lot of rules that go along with this for our patient's sake. It's actually way better to not use side rails and answer call lights promptly. Get the patient up and moving, get physical therapy on board to improve strength. Those are much better options than just sticking somebody in a bed, putting some side rails up and saying, hey, you're safe now. Here's the real problem with side rails. If you put me in this bed and you put the side rails up and you tell me, don't go anywhere, don't get out of bed, don't move. First of all, I'm an adult. You don't have the right to tell me don't anything. Try it. Right? I am just contrary enough that you tell me don't, I'm gonna. Most people are like that too. You are nobody to them. Who are you to have authority over somebody else? I mean, people get really, really stressed over this. But let's go beyond that. Let's say I am a compliant patient. You put me in a bed, put side rails up, don't go anywhere, and I go, okay, I'm a compliant patient. But eventually I'm going to have to pee. And I'm going to hit that call light. And I'm going to wait because I'm a good girl. I'm compliant. And I'm going to wait. And I'm going to wait. And I got IVs pumping into me. And what goes in must come. And this is being a problem. And I start getting frantic. I hit that call light again. Hello? Hello? Anybody there? And nobody comes. Now, I have two choices in my life. That's it. Two choices. I can either go over those side rails or under them or around them or through them, or I have to navigate them in some way and get myself to the bathroom and risk your wrath, or I can pee myself. Those are my only two choices here. That's it. Neither one of them are good options. Which one do you think I am going to pick?
I'm going to get up.
Oh, absolutely. I am not going to pee my bed just because nobody answered a call light.
Even the oldest, nobody wants to have to do that.
No, it's a dignity issue. It is a dignity issue.
I've seen that happen when I work. I'm not gonna mention the hospital name, but I've seen it happen plenty of times working at the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
They ignore the call light and they end up urinating or pooping on themselves.
Right. And how degrading is
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
That's degrading. It's horrible. We've got to do better than that. So this is where your injuries end up happening. Your patients, remember, if they were healthy, where would they be? Home. If they're home and they have to pee, what are they going to do? They're going to go to the bathroom. So when we put a patient in a clinical setting and put the side rails up and then ignore the call lights, you're asking the patient to make a sacrifice that they're not willing to make. And they will go right over those rails. And chances are they're going to get hurt. That's right, because we put an obstacle in their way. Yeah,
Is that a law in every state, or is every state different?
No, that's a law in every state.
Okay.
Yeah.
My father was in there, but he was in the hospital for quite some time, and every time we went in, he was confined in his bed.
So,
I mean, he came home, he could still walk, he could still move, so technically, they probably shouldn't have been up.
unless they had a doctor's order for a specific reason. And you've really got to sell it. I mean, you got to sell it.
Yes, they had alarms on the edge of the bed, so they
Okay.
knew if they were getting out of bed.
And that's what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about restraint alternatives in just a minute. Yeah, restraint alternatives. But effectively, there's no difference here. A child crawling out of that crib, going up over is going to get injured. This person is going to get injured. There's effectively no difference. And we don't have the right to treat an adult like an infant. But there is a difference between types of side rails. And this is what I need you to understand here. So the side rail that we saw on the last screen, this is a long-term care side rail. It's just straight bars. Okay, so one single piece. This is what you're going to see more often. These are two-piece side rails. And the top portion, this part here, is actually not a side rail at all. So this right here is called a positioning rail. See how it has handholds? This is perfectly legal. This is okay because it actually helps your patient move about in bed, and we want our patients to be able to move freely. So this is good. This is fine. And it doesn't impact your patient's ability to get out. Their legs swing out just fine. So this is not a side rail. It is a positioning rail. You will have these on most beds. But in a clinical setting, most of these have been removed. When I put both of them up, this now becomes a side rail, a restraint. So in most settings, this isn't even on the bed. If I get an order for side rails, I actually have to have maintenance come and install these. Now, the reason for that is because we can't trust you, especially on night shift. Yeah, you'll go around and put up all the side rails so those patients don't get out of bed, and you can sit at the nurse's station and chart or whatever you're going to do. Because we can't trust staff members not to use them when nobody's around, they took them off of most of the beds. So if we need a side rail, we actually have to get an order and maintenance. So there's a lot of people aware that we're using side rails here. And that's a good thing. It's good for our patients. Now, this has a gap here in between. This gap is not big enough for a human adult to get through, and generally will end up pinching or getting body parts caught in it. Most people in bed will look at that and think, yeah, I can't get over that. So they're going to have to scoot all the way down here and try to get out. If they have IVs, if they have catheters, if they have any other drainage tubes, chances are those tubes are going to get pulled out with this travel. Yeah, so we've done all kinds of negative things to our patients by putting up that side rail. You guys start to see it's about way more than safety here.
Yeah.
Okay. So positioning rails, these guys, they're okay. These guys are not. You need a doctor's order. We're going to do this activity in just a second. But let's talk about restraint alternatives first. Yep. I'm going to, nope, not fall asleep. I'm going to show you something. All right, let's talk about restraint alternatives before we do this. Because we know side rails are not effective, they don't keep people in bed. People try to go over, under, or around them. They increase the risk of injury, and they don't actively do anything to make our patient better. They really shouldn't be used. So what can we use instead? Well, I already talked to you about a bed that's super low to the ground, right? I just went to a conference over in Orlando for long-term care, Florida Healthcare Association. And one of the vendors there was a medical equipment, and they had a bed that was super, super low to the ground. I actually took a picture of it. I meant to put it on this presentation and didn't get a chance to. But I'll let me show you this bed. It's really cool. I've seen low beds before, but I hadn't seen any like this.
Oh wow, that is really low. It's like a toddler bed.
It's like a mattress on the floor.
See how low that is? Right? Now, what you need to understand, so there you go. You can kind of see it there. So what you need to understand is this whole bed, the whole bed part is actually slides up and down those rails that the headboard and footboard are attached to.
Oh wow.
So you can have it at a normal height. The patient sits down. You can lower it to the bed, to the ground. And then when it's time to get up, you can raise it up to a normal height and they can get out. So the whole bed moves up and down on those headboards and footboards. That's a really cool idea. This keeps our patients safe, right? So that is called a restraint alternative. We don't need to use restraints. We've kept our patients safe. There's other types of restraint alternatives like bed alarms, what you were talking about. This is a pad that's on the bed, and when pressure is on it, it's silent. Once pressure is removed from it, it starts to beep. So it lets us know, hey, somebody's up moving around. Somebody should go check and make sure, see if they need help to the bathroom or whatever. There's also the same system for chairs. They're called chair alarms. These are not used as much as they used to be. Bed alarms and chair alarms used to be used a lot. They're kind of getting away from them because, again, it infringes on your patient's dignity.
And they're loud too.
They're very loud. Well, they have to be heard all the way down at the end of the hall. So they are loud. And yeah, I mean, do you really want everybody to know when you get up out of bed? I mean, it kind of infringes on dignity and personal ability to move about freely.
Those don't really work because I've seen it. A patient got out of the bed, the alarm went off, the nurse couldn't get up in time, and he fell and cracked his head open.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
they're not really that safe either.
So what we've come up with now, very good point. So instead of side rails, instead of bed alarms and chair alarms that may or may not do the job that we want them to do, what we have now are called patient safety attendants, also known as sitters.
Mm-hmm.
So in a hospital setting, primarily, this is where you'll see this. Sitter is somebody that's hired literally to sit beside, that's why we call them sitters, to sit at the side of the bed and make sure the patient doesn't get out of bed. Make sure that if they need a cup of water, they get their cup of water. If they need help to the bathroom, that sitter can go get staff and get somebody to help them to the bathroom. So sitters are individuals that take the place of restraints to help make sure the patient is cared for safely. All of you guys are eligible to be a sitter at the hospital, any of the 3 in our county, and there are openings for sitters. Oops. There are openings. So they're called patient safety attendants. And if you're looking to get into a hospital, this is a great entryway. And you can let the nurse on your unit know, hey, I'm in the CNA class. I should be testing in the next couple weeks. If you have a CNA opening, please let me know. You're already an employee. It's easier to hire from within than from outside. Okay. So it's a great entryway into a CNA position at a hospital if that's where you want to work. But the hospitals aren't always the best choice, especially for somebody brand new. Now, I have a whole personality quiz that you can take on my website on foryourcna.com. It's like 19 questions. It's going to ask you personality type questions and tell you what setting you are most likely to thrive in. Now, everybody wants to go to the hospital. I think they think Dr. McDreamy is hanging out there, but he's not. Trust me, I know. So the hospitals are not an ideal workplace for a brand new CNA because you're slow. You're supposed to be slow. You're new. This is the one time in your life it's okay to be slow. But the problem is the hospital is not a slow environment. So if you have slow skill sets in a fast-paced environment, that's an opportunity for a washout. You know, you get in there, you work 2 or 3 weeks, you go, oh my gosh, this isn't for me, and you leave. But you don't just leave the hospital. Most of the time you leave healthcare. And you've put a lot of money and time into this. I don't want you to waste that by getting into a setting that may not be right for you right off the bat. And it ruins your opinion of working in medicine. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Okay. It's also not right for every personality. Now, my oldest son, I love him to pieces. I truly do. Yeah, probably. I love you. My oldest son does not like change, and he'll admit that. He's a good guy. He'll admit that. He does not like change. When he was a kid, if I changed my hair color and came home, he would cry for days.
That's serious.
He does not do change. He does not do change. Now, in a hospital setting, you might start out with 6 patients. 3 of them go home. So 3 discharges. And you've got 6 more that come in. Right? So 6 admissions. This setting is nothing but change. You aren't working with the same people every shift. You aren't taking care of the same patients every shift. There's admissions and discharges. There's change galore. Do you think that he, knowing what you know about him now, would be good working in that setting? No, but a long-term care facility where the patients rarely change. Mr. McGillicuddy is Mr. McGillicuddy. He was here 3 years ago. He'll be here 3 years from now. And he likes his stuff the same way every day. Would that be a better setting for him? So you have to think about your personality traits when it comes to figuring out where you belong in medicine. It's not all the same. Does that make sense? And that's why I wrote that quiz for you, because I know the traits and I can help you identify what setting might work best for you moving forward. So go take the quiz. It's free. But the restraint alternatives that you see in different places are going to be different based on the needs of the patient. Now, in hospitals, we use patient safety attendants because we don't know our patients at all. They're brand new to us. So we use sitters or patient safety attendants. In long-term care, we usually try to come up with something a little bit more long-term. It's not feasible to have a one-on-one person sitting at that bedside every shift. So we have to get a little bit more creative with our safety in long-term care. And where would you find how we're going to address safety for each patient? The care plan. You don't have to come up with this answer. It's already done for you. Good? Does that make sense? All right. So let's do this activity. And let me tell you why we're doing what we're doing. So go ahead and sit on one of your hands. I'm just going to ask you to do this for 2 minutes. This isn't very long. 2 minutes is a very short period of time. But in this 2 minutes as I'm talking, you're going to want to pull your hand out. Please don't. Please try to keep it 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes, right? Please try to keep your hand there because I want to illustrate to you the effects of pressure without movement. Okay? So when we have a patient who, let's go all the way back to the very beginning of this conversation. You move at night. You toss, you turn, you stretch, you flex, you do all kinds of stuff. And that's for blood circulation, right? So when we have a patient that is unable to move on their own, well, then somebody has to come along and do that. Because if we don't, if nobody is moving that patient, then those areas are going to get more and more and more and more and more and more compressed. And that's going to have a long-term effect on the patient. Guys, it's only been a minute. You're probably getting a little fidgety. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it. You got 1 more minute to go. Okay, so right now you have free will. You can take your hand out. Please don't, but you can because you have free will, right? And you have the physical ability. That's more important. You have the physical ability to change your position. But how horrible would it be if you didn't? If I put your hand under you and you couldn't move it on your own. Now, you're already getting fidgety at 1.5 minutes. I'm going to tell you to take it out in just a few seconds, but you're already getting fidgety. What if you were in this position for hours and hours and hours and unable to move on your own? What effect would that have on you physically? And what effect would that have on you psychologically? Right? What is that going to do to your mood?
It's going to make you irritated.
Oh, yeah, seriously. Go ahead and take your hand out and take a look at it, please. So, yeah, do you have color changes?
Yeah.
It's like you can literally feel like the blood flow going back and forth.
Okay. Do you have lines?
Yeah.
Look closely at your skin. Can you see the pattern of the chair or your clothing?
Mm-hmm.
Guys, that was 2 minutes. 2 minutes, and you have patterns on your skin. So if we left that hand there, gravity doesn't go away, guys. Those patterns are going to go deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper into the skin. And over time, they will actually cut into the skin.
Kind of like having a hair tie around your wrist.
Yep, this is a bed sore. This is how bed sores form. You guys understand the correlation there? So there's 2 things that we need for bed sores to form. One of those is, well, yeah. One of those is a non-moving body. The other one is a area underneath that body that has a wrinkle or something on it or something that can press up into the skin, that can indent the skin, like the hair tie. Okay, you with me? Everybody with me? Okay, for that reason, when we have a patient who is immobile, unable to move on their own, or unable to move effectively on their own. So let me explain this. Let's say somebody just had open heart surgery. Okay, we cut them, like cut them in half. They're laying there in bed, recovering from their open heart surgery. Chances are they're not going to be able to flip themselves on their side. So even though they're mobile, they may not be able to move effectively. Make sense?
Mhm.
So as a nurse, I've got to recognize the immobility or the mobility issues that the patient has and come up with a plan, because if the patient isn't moving themselves, we have to. So to do this, we're going to use a 2-hour clock. Your patient needs to be turned every 2 hours around the clock. Now, you guys got antsy at 2 minutes. This is 2 hours. So when you do this, you've got to make sure that patient is pretty comfortable, because they're going to be in that position for 2 hours, unable to relieve their own pressure. So you got to do a really good job here. Every 2 hours around the clock. Now, this means patient's going to start on their back. 2 hours later, they'll go to their right side. 2 hours later, they're back. 2 hours later, left side. 2 hours later, back. Right, back, left, left, back. Notice I never said stomach.
Mhm.
We do not put patients that are immobile on their stomach unless the care plan specifically tells us to, because of gravity. We've got our spine and all of our back muscles pressing down on our lungs. And if our chest cavity, can't expand to allow air into the lungs, the patient may be poorly ventilated, and we can actually suffocate them. So there are a few exceptions to this, COVID being one of them. We found during the major COVID outbreak that our patients actually ventilated better on their stomachs in a prone position with COVID. So again, it's not up to you to figure this out. What are you going to follow?
Care plan.
The care plan. If the care plan specifically tells you stomach or prone position, then that's what we're going to use. But if the care plan does not specifically tell us, we do not put them on their stomach. Now, you can actually make up, if you've got a patient who's immobile and we're changing their position every 2 hours, you can make up a turning clock like this and put it in their room above their bed, or in an area that you can see. That way, if I walk into the patient's room at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I can look at the turning clock and see that they're supposed to be on their right side, look at the patient and see, are they on their right side? And then I know that we're following the turning clock. Okay. But this right here, back, right side, back, left side, back, right? Our care plan specifically is telling us to turn the patient on their left side. So if we get this wrong and we turn them onto their right side again, that means that right side has more pressure applied to it, and it's not got the rebound time that we need for good circulation. Do you guys remember something that I said in class on Monday? Anytime blood slows or stops, what does it do? Clots. Yeah. So if we have had all of those blood vessels on the left side or on the right side compressed for 2 hours, put them on their back, and then a little while later put them back on that right side, and all those blood vessels are compressed again, blood is going to slow down. What does that put our patient at risk for? Blood clots. So let's go back to that person who failed the test because they put the patient on the wrong side. Is it really that simple? What is the patient consequence to not following the care plan for this skill? Okay, going to get you in trouble. How does this affect the patient?
It can
Cause
harm
more
us.
damage.
Okay, so we can cause more damage. First, they're going to be uncomfortable, right? Remember how uncomfortable you were with your hand on your leg. They are at risk for blood clots. They could possibly end up with increased bed sore formation or decreased muscle oxygenation. So there's a lot of really bad things. So it's not as simple as, well, I did the skill right, I just turned them on the wrong side, I should have passed. It doesn't work that way.
Careful in that say right.
That's right. And there's consequences to the patient for not following the care plan. Good? Does that make sense? Good. All right, so we have a specific way that we are going to position the patient before we turn them. I've color-coded this guy for you. So when we are getting ready to turn a patient, remember we remain behind the patients. So we're always going to turn them away from us, right? So I'm going to come over to the bed. I'm going to ask the patient to scoot toward me. Now, if they can't scoot, maybe they can't, I don't know. Every patient's different. Then you could use that draw sheet, which becomes a sling. Remember we talked about the draw sheet? To pull them towards you. Or you can move them in segments. Either way. But for the test, you can just ask them to scoot. Easy peasy. So we're going to get them to scoot on to the side of the bed closer to us so that once we turn them, they're in the middle. The furthest arm, so if I'm standing here and the patient is laying in bed, the furthest arm goes up. Closest arm crosses the chest. So if I'm turning the patient on their left side, this is how they would look. If I was standing over here, turning the patient on their right side, farthest arm up, closest arm over. Farthest arm up, closest arm over. The legs, the closest knee is going to get bent with the foot flat on the bed. The furthest knee gets angled out. So when you do this, you have the patient set up for an easy turn. You can turn somebody 3 times your body weight with no stress on you or them if you prepare them first. Now, if you just go up to the patient and you just, they're just laying there and you try to kind of push them over onto their side, you're really going to have to put some pressure into it. And your chances are you're going to hurt your patient or your back. If you take 2 seconds to put them in the right position first, they super easy go. In fact, you got to be careful not to push too hard because you'll roll them right off the bed because it just makes it so much easier.
That's almost the first aid resting position.
It is very close to a recovery position. Yes. Make sense? You're going to see this in action in just a minute. So here are our test-specific checkpoints. We're going to ask our patient to scoot toward us. We're going to put the farthest arm up and cross the closest arm over the chest. We'll put the closest knee in a bent position, foot flat on the bed, and the farthest knee angled out. We'll roll the patient to the middle of the bed. Once we do that, though, we got to have a way of keeping them there because remember, gravity is always going to try to pull them onto their back. So I'm going to take a pillow, put it under the patient's back long ways, roll it up, and put it the other end under the patient's back so it becomes a roll underneath their back, which keeps them from coming backwards. Okay? And then I'm going to put a pillow between their legs, specifically between the knees and ankles. And I want to put a pillow under that top arm so it's supported and it doesn't just kind of drag down. That alleviates pressure in the neck and head. Good. We also have to address the pillow under the head because after you roll them, chances are that bottom shoulder is going to be up on that pillow. This is not comfortable. Remember, your patient can't move themselves. So we've got to make sure that they're 100% comfortable because they're going to be in that position for 2 hours, not 2 minutes. So we want to reposition that pillow under their head so that it's under the head and neck and not the shoulder. We're also going to put the call light in the bottom arm, directly in their hand. Okay? And this is over there in those things. This, I'm actually putting these in the new book for you, or for next class. All right. Whoops. Let's go back here. Okay. So, I'll show you this one live. I'm going to change the camera angle. I think that'll work. I think you'll be able to see pretty well. Let me move the mannequin. Okay, so every skill starts with the opening. Every opening starts with a knock. So we have to do the opening for this skill.
She just yanks them up.
She's heavy. Okay, so whoa.
It's all twisted.
We're going to talk about her foot later on today. So I need somebody to come lay down in the bed for me. I'm going to turn you on your side and I'm going to make you super comfortable. Can I get you to take your jacket off real quick, if you would? That way they can see the pillow. All right, so we're going to do our opening. We need supplies, so where are we going to put the supplies? On a barrier. When do I get the barrier? Before or after I get my supplies? Before. We need to decide if the patient needs gloves. So this patient right here, you're Rylan? So Rylan, she's fully clothed. She's holding on to all of her own body fluids like a champ, right? So I'm not going to touch any non-intact skin. So for this patient right here, right now, this encounter, do I need gloves? Okay. If any of those things change, would I need gloves?
Yes.
So it's not based on the skill, it's based on the
Patient.
Got it? Okay. Our patient is going to be uncovered for this skill because I got to get to her legs. So what do I need to? I'm going to use a privacy blanket. Since we're getting blankets and pillows, can I hold them up next to my uniform?
No.
No. Are you starting to see you already know a lot of this skill? You starting to see that? And then at the end of the skill, I'm going to do my closing. Right? So there's not a whole lot new stuff here to learn. Good? All right. I am going to simulate hand washing for the sake of time after the first skill is done. So when you're all done with the first skill on the exam, the evaluator will tell you you can simulate hand washing. So when they tell you that, simulate just means say. So I'm going to show you this skill, simulating hand washing. All right, here we go. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? Fantastic. I need to turn you on your side. Is that okay? Okay, I'm going to close your curtain, go wash my hands, get my supplies, and I'll be right back. Just going to move this here where I can reach it. I'm going to close the curtain, wash my hands. I have clean hands. So the first thing I'm going to get is a barrier. And we'll put that on the table. I don't think you can see.
No.
I can't see. Sorry, guys at home. I'm putting a barrier on it. Let me see if I can move it over here.
No.
There we go. All right. So there it's going to have to be. Okay. So now I'm going to get a privacy blanket. And I don't want him to touch my uniform. I need to get 3 pillows. So there's 1, 2, and 3. I'm going to hold it out away from my uniform. I want you to still be able to see. All right. And I'm going to put the privacy blanket on over the patient. So when I put this on, am I supposed to snap it?
No.
Okay. So I'm just going to spread it out, lay it over her. Can you hold this for me? And I'm going to pull that sheet all the way down. Just hold the whole thing. There you go. Yep. Pull the sheet all the way down. Notice when I do that, I keep the patient covered. Now, care plan told me I had to turn the patient onto their left side. So that means her left side is over there. She's got to roll that way. So if I have to be behind her that means I've got to be on this side of the bed. So I'm going to come over here. Can you scoot your whole body toward me? Awesome job. Okay, I'm going to arrange you, and then we'll turn. Okay, so I'm going to put your furthest arm up over your head. Closest arm crosses the chest. Closest knee. Oops. Bends at the knee, foot flat on the bed. Furthest knee gets angled out. So notice that she's already kind of half on her side without me having to turn her yet. So now that I've got her properly positioned, I want to make sure that she doesn't roll on that blanket. I'm going to put my hand on her shoulder and one on her hip and very easily turn her. You guys see how easy that was? It's all in the prep work. She didn't help me. But if I don't do something to keep her there, she's going to fall onto her back. So I'm going to grab a pillow. And this is the tricky pillow, guys. When I put this up against the patient's back, can you see that?
Yep.
Okay, when I put this up against the patient's back, see how it's like a ski slope?
Mm-hmm.
I need to press this edge of the pillow underneath the patient right where she's at. So I'm going to press down and then forward. I can't just go forward because that's going to run into her. So down and forward like an L. So I'm going to go down and then forward. Now, you may have to hold the gown or the garment up a little bit to get it tucked nicely under the patient so it stays. Now, this edge, see how it's kind of popping up? I'm going to roll that the same way, down and under. Down and under. See how that made a roll?
Mm-hmm.
This is not as easy as it looks. You're going to have to work with this a little bit to get it to stay. If you need to, you can roll the patient back just a little bit onto that pillow to hold it in place. If their knees are not enough forward, if they're more straight, you can bring their knees forward and that will also help hold that pillow in place. So now that I've got the back pillow placed, I'm going to take the second pillow and we're going to put it between the legs, specifically between the knees and the ankles, because I don't want those bony areas rubbing together. That can cause a pressure sore. So I'm going to lift the top leg and put the pillow in place. But I'm not the claw machine at Walmart. I don't lift like this, right? I'm not going to reach down and grab. We always lift from below with a flat palm. So I'm going to place my arm here. There we go. And notice it's between the knees and the ankles. Okay, now I'm going to take the spinal pillow, and this is going to go underneath this upper arm. This arm, see how it's kind of dropping down? That's going to put a lot of pressure along her upper back into her head and neck area. It can cause headaches, muscle spasms, soreness, stiffness. Remember, she can't reposition. So we want to get her as comfortable as possible. So I'm just going to move that blanket out of the way a little bit. We'll place the pillow here and put your arm on it. Good. See how that alleviated a lot of that pressure? Very important when you put this pillow, make sure it doesn't cover her face. Now, we need to address the pillow underneath her head because her bottom shoulder is actually on that pillow. Can't really see it on the screen, but the bottom shoulder is on that pillow. So I'm going to lift her head up. And I'm going to pull this out a little bit. And we're going to tuck that in there. Good. Comfortable? Okay. Here's your call light. I'm going to place it directly into this hand. There we go. I'm going to pull the sheet over the privacy blanket. Super comfortable, isn't it? You can get somebody at home to tuck you in like this, you will sleep like a baby. Okay, when I remove anything from the bed, anything, I want to ball it up so that the trailing edges don't contaminate other surfaces. So this is going to go directly into the dirty linen. I need to clean my environment. So this is going to get thrown away. Here, we recycle. So that's away. All right. I'm going to go ahead and open the curtain. And I always like to leave my patient looking better than I found them. So I'm just going to take 3 or 4 seconds here to arrange the sheet to make sure that they look good. All right. Are you comfortable? Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Would you like a magazine, which makes no sense, but we're still going to offer it? Okay. All right. So I've washed my hands. My hands are clean. I probably would go back and read that care plan one more time to see if I did things right, make any corrections if I needed to, and then tell the evaluator my skill is done. Don't go anywhere. All right. So not a hard skill, kind of physical, but not very hard. How often does this have to be done? Every 2 hours around the clock. But I want to show you something. I want to show you just how much work this back pillow is doing. This is the key to this whole system. Watch what happens. Just relax for me. Watch what happens when I remove it. Do you guys see that? If you don't get this pillow right, the whole system isn't going to work. Good? I know you're like, don't take it away. Okay, I'll take that one. All right, you can go ahead and have a seat. Good? Questions? I like having this because you can see both the side view and the top down. People at home could only see top down. All right. Any questions on any of that? No? Let's go ahead and take your break. Come back at 5 come back at 5 till. You guys go with a 13-minute break today?
Yep.
Okay, come back at 10 till. 10 till.
She learned anything? I think it's so funny. Do you want to finish writing this one? And, any of you as nervous as I am about taking the test?
If I don't die, till I'm great. I just want after we go over all this stuff before we're done, I would like more everything the test is gonna have. I'm not worried about the written because it's just the care plan, but for the physical part, I would like for her
The
to
skill part.
go through every skill and have us do it physically.
Right,
Like,
and you have that option.
That.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I
you have to
definitely-
stay after class, I guess.
Yeah.
So we'll practice and everybody will go through it. You'll watch other people do it, you'll see what needs to be done.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
need to definitely do.
There are a
Yeah,
lot,
I meant to tell her, but I didn't want to interrupt her during class.
there are a lot of, like especially the chapter we did this last night, where there's a lot of stuff in there that you need to know in order to pass the written.
Right.
You have to know what all those systems are and what, I have a feeling that some of the questions on there are going to be, if they have a digestive issue or a certain issue, where does that fall under? Or what side effects can they have that you might be able to see? So that's something I think she should have been in class. That chapter is something, it's huge, that one. So I would go through 4 and make sure you know every
Oh
body.
yeah. I just don't interrupt her because I know she has like a lot to cover.
Yeah.
But eventually, I want to be like, I am the type of person that I need to run through.
I don't know
a whole
about
thing.
you guys, but I redo my skill review at the end, and I don't even know if it's right, because she doesn't go over it.
Well, she said after class, like 1 to 4, then we could stay after.
I know, but I filled it out after chapter 1, 2, 3,
She's talking
4.
about the review, like
Your
she
paper
gives out
review, so you fill it all
after
out,
every class.
but I'm not even sure if I've got all the right answers, because we never go over it. So I
For
need
that
her to look
paper?
at it, your study guide.
It says at the bottom, if you flip it over, all the answers are at the bottom.
See, I haven't even done them.
Yeah.
I can barely get
the
my.
paper,
I can
don't
barely
even know.
get my.
yeah, if anyone has those papers right now at the bottom, all the answers are right there.
Oh, I didn't
You
even
can
look
flip
at
it over,
that.
like pull your paper out, and I'll show you. There's the answer key. See,
Oh!
all the answers.
Oh,
That's
We didn't even see that.
I didn't see that.
Yeah.
The first day.
Yeah, I go over all
This
of them.
is the sheet we got on Monday. I just don't ever
Oh,
do
you got
the.
one on Monday? I didn't get it.
You weren't here. Yeah.
Well, you guys started-
I don't remember seeing that on any of ours.
No. Do we have them?
We got one
Over
the
here.
first day, too.
So
They
three
are there?
has it.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
at the bottom.
all right.
Right
Well,
here.
thank you very much, because
We never went over those.
Oh, no, it's right
I
here.
only got one. How many?
I would have been
I have
searching for
three.
that.
What?
Yeah, we
Oh,
get
2 and 3
We get
was
one
Monday.
every class.
Yeah.
So 2 and 3. Well, I need to get it. So I only got one.
Yeah, I just literally I don't ever do them.
But yeah, she says if you need help, you can stay after class, and that's when like her other students from other classes come to like practice with me.
I really should do that. I can't on Mondays because I literally go straight to work and I gotta pay those hours because
Yeah,
somebody gotta pay for the class.
Mhm.
I mean, the class is paid for, but you know what I mean. Like you gotta go to work. But Wednesdays, my boss was like, "Oh, just take off so you don't have to stress." So it's like I really could stay on Wednesdays, but like I also just love to be at home. So.
I work overnight. So
Oh,
I'll be up all night long and then I have to come to
And
this
all
class.
day.
Yeah.
I bet as soon as you go home, you wanna like,
I do, but I can't.
right?
Well, I think we could come like after this class finishes. Like that's where other students take, but she doesn't have like any other classes than this one right now.
I wanna
She has
ask her
CPR
about
and
that.
stuff, though.
I want to ask her about that because she said she was doing it the 18th. But like, is that the only time she's doing it? It's like
For
what,
CPR.
that's it?
oh,
No, I think she's doing more.
Because like, well, I want to ask her like how much is it, and then what is like, how many is she gonna host? Because I definitely want to take that class.
Yeah. And you can take it other places too. Like my sister took it at the hospital and stuff.
I just don't.
you can do it online and then physically show it.
You all set, babe? In this?
Yeah, a lot of
Yeah.
places make you do it within like 3 months of
Who
like,
knew they were all
getting hired there.
right here?
Yeah.
Well,
Well, that's the thing. I don't know if you were even here or
American Heart
whatever.
Association.
Yeah, but she said that yes, you can get hired and they'll pay for it and everything, but then if you
They hold
leave,
it.
they
Yeah,
don't have to
yeah,
give
they
it to you,
don't
and
give
I
it
Yeah.
well, I'm not.
But
Because
still, so this is still what you do within like 3 months of getting hired. Then you still have to retake it, anyways.
That'd be the in-house one for them.
that's why I just want to do it outside of a working facility, so I just have it under already.
Yeah.
We should come back and practice here.
You're the first aid
First aid,
certification.
Yeah, everything. Every
Is
single
that a
one, so
thing?
that you're
A first
comfortable
aid
with it.
certification?
Yes.
I read it somewhere. What is that?
Like first aid is like knowing how to fix a fractured bone and different stuff like that. I think
Sometimes first aid is a terrible.
Oh, wow. Did it not get hot in here on Monday with the air
Yes.
on? I was about to leave. I was like, I'm gonna go home. And then I hit
Oh,
you
let me
later.
finish, let me finish this.
I just take a picture of it and then we can finish it later. Or we can print them out at home. We're gonna do them all anyway, and I'm pretty sure I know how to do it because I used to turn Grandpa over all the time. Yeah, probably the wrong way, no? No. No. Okay. Put back in the-
I'll work it out over it.
I'm filling these out. Huh? I'm filling these out.
So now I guess I can check my,
I just doing this process to become CNN.
No, I'm just redoing mine. Mine is hard. But a lot has changed. I'm an old gal.
Yeah, I'm just doing it for the certification.
Yeah. Because they get paid more than just a basic caregiver. It all depends on like where you go, you know.
I just need it for the program I'm going to, because I want to be a sonographer, so, and some like programs need certification.
I'm literally doing it. I'm doing it to get my feet wet.
Yeah,
I'm
also
doing,
that too.
basics.
Yeah.
Cause I'll go to like my family, and cause I have a lot of medical people. Like my mom does, like she works at Biospine, so that's like not exactly what we're learning, but like I just out of curiosity, I was like, do you know how to take blood pressure? She was like, manually, I'm not great at it, and I'm like, would you look at that? Or like she doesn't even know what a care plan is, which I didn't really expect her to, but like still.
Yeah.
You're in the medical
Yeah, that's
field.
all I got into.
Yeah,
So, yeah, my mom was a nurse at CNA too, and she was like the midwife.
Has anyone else felt like when she talks about CNAs were really bad?
Yeah, I feel like they do like
I mean,
the
does
worst
she really
stuff.
see like that? That's how she sees us. I kept saying like,
I feel like they do like the scrap work, like
Yeah,
the
the
worst
bottom
work.
of
They
the
do.
bottom of the
Yeah,
barrel.
they do.
But realistically,
and I've seen some bad
The butt
CNAs,
wipers.
but are we all bad? Because she keeps saying you. We can't trust you, and like kind of makes me feel like, well,
No, I just feel like they don't have enough like authority or like training.
I think-
They're like the lowest below.
I don't think obviously she means us.
I know,
It's
but
just
People in
CNA.
general,
Oh,
like what they've been
CNAs.
through.
There,
Yeah.
I have friends that have like gotten into it, and when they post it, they'll post like some of the residents, and they'll just be like, "Oh, da 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 da," and I'm like,
That
"What
shit
is
is
wrong with
crazy,
you?
yeah.
Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Like, you're embarrassing."
Yeah.
I lived in Hernando and I moved back.
It's surprising that that kind of people can even pass.
That's
For
what I'm
real.
saying.
Like,
So
if
that,
they
I feel
can
like,
pass, we can pass.
yeah, so I feel like she's just generalizing like us when she speaks like that.
no, but she hasn't said anything good about the CNAs.
Yeah.
So
She'll
it's
say,
hard.
so make yourself better.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I'm pretty good already. I already work. Staying.
I won't be a 7 to 3. No
Wednesdays.
weekends, no holidays, because I'm.
Or we can
What do you do
we
now?
can do other days.
Well, I'm a med
Friday?
technician and I'm
Friday?
just a basic
Friday
care-
or
care
Tuesdays?
So you want to like go back to doing CNN?
Yeah, because the money is because
It's better money.
yeah,
Yeah.
you get more. You get up to $20, $23,
I am starting to
$25,
know
$30 on
yeah.
weekends on.
Like
Yeah.
I actually
Like I kind of want to like travel, like go to different facilities,
Travel
like a
too.
traveling CNA. You can go to different
Yeah.
facilities, or you can go in home, like home health day. I'm certified in home health day as well.
Yeah, I want to do it to get my foot in the door, but at the same time, I don't want to do like the scrap work, so that's why I want to do this.
But just,
Yeah,
it'll
my
give you an
goal is to
idea,
get
you know, it'll give you an idea.
I found one that was.
Okay, guys, YouTube world, I'm going to turn the camera off for just a second. We'll be right back.
There's some similarities.
I was gonna say it's such a coincidence you said that because my friend literally just last night was like, "Oh, I want to go to school for sonography."
Yeah.
She was like, "It's like 2 years," and I'm like,
Oh, It actually really depends. You can go to a program that's only like a few months, or you can go to college.
And that's like babies and shit, right? Like ultrasound.
Ultrasound, but it's also like organs and stuff. But mainly people think of it as like looking inside, like for babies and stuff. But it depends on how far you really want to go with it. Because the higher up you go, like, the more money you pay, the better it is. So you can go to college for 2 years, 1 year, or you can do a program for a few months.
And how I'm stressed. I'm
Hold
stressed
on one
about
second.
I really am. Just this one test. If like, she came over here and told me that, I wasn't even stressing. Now I'm stressing.
What did she say?
You were here.
I just got
That's
back.
why
Oh,
Okay. Who's stressing? Why?
Oh my gosh, because I was just told what to expect. I'm just getting nervous.
On the test, you mean? Okay. So let me ask you this. What area are you stressing more, skills or written?
I think we're a little bit of both, but for me, I think it's more skills. Because I need more, like, I understand everything that you're demonstrating, but I also feel like I need to physically do it to actually imprint it in my brain.
Right, and practice is a huge part of this. So I'm going to address all of that right now. So first of all, for the written exam, I have a free ebook on my website. Download the ebook. That's first. Okay, so that's the first thing is download the ebook for the written. You're definitely going to want to get that because it will help you. It actually goes through the 5 different things on the state exam, and I'll sum them up. You don't need to take notes, just do the ebook, but I'll sum this up for you real quick, okay? So there's 5 different things you're going to be tested on the written exam. The first is know your role. What is the role of the CNA? Right? We follow the care plan. CNAs do
Normal.
principles, guide performance. That's everything that we've learned, right? Who are we focusing on?
The patient.
And who do we report to?
The nurse.
That is your role. So all the know your role questions are going to come from right there. Okay? So you already know how to answer all of them. What they're trying to see is, are you going to make decisions? So the questions are going to be presented in a way, one of the answers is going to try to get you to make a decision. Is that your job?
No.
So as long as you know that, those questions, super easy to answer. Okay? Just remember that. If you're asked a question about what should the CNA, think of this. Okay? That's really easy to remember. The second thing that you have to know is know your normals. Well, normals is more than just vital signs. And we've learned some normal vital signs. We know that normal pulse is 60 to 100. Normal respirations are 12 to 20. Normal top number for the blood pressure or systolic,
119 or 100 to 119.
100 to 119. Bottom number or
60 to
diastolic,
79.
60 to 79. Normal body temperature,
98.
yeah, around 98.6-ish, right? Right? So you know your normals. That's vital signs. But it goes beyond that. Know your normals is also what's normal for aging. So thinner, drier skin is normal for aging. Decreased temperature sensation, normal for aging, right? We've talked about these things, right? Right? We're going to talk about more things like energy conservation, meals, eating lighter meals later in the day. So we're going to talk about some other things, but knowing your normals. So you're going to have some questions on vital signs and normal aging. Those aren't too hard. We can handle those. Then you have safety. Now, safety is in the details, and the details are our principles. So if you want to know safety, you have to think about everything that I've taught you. So safety would make sure that the patient is in the middle of the bed. That's safety, right? Safety would be having the patient check the water temperature. Safety would be making sure the patient has shoes on, which we're going to talk about today. When they're walking, slipper socks are not enough. Safety is making sure the bed is in the lowest position before we leave the patient's bedside during the closing. So we talked about safety. Safety is in the details. The principles are the details, right? You're going to have some questions on infection control. So this is, when do you wear gloves? Well, we have some rules for that, right?
Intact skin, non-intact skin.
Non-intact skin,
Personal skin.
personal skin,
Ooey gooey.
and ooey gooey, right? So we know how to figure out whether we need gloves or not. We also know that the first thing those gloves should touch is the patient. So we want to be careful not to contaminate our gloves. We also know that once we've contaminated our gloves, we want to be careful about what we're touching in the environment so we prevent cross-contamination, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you guys know infection control. You may have some questions about the chain of infection. We talked about that too. You know, the intruders that came in and we threw, right. So we know about the chain of infection. We have to start with a pathogen. Pathogen has to have a place to live, a way out, a method of transportation, a way in, susceptible host, and now we've started the cycle all over again. We know how to do that as well. And then finally, we have patient rights. And this can be summed up super easy. Never treat an adult like a child.
It's not a
Ombudsman.
Yeah, that.
So an ombudsman, yeah, let's talk about ombudsmans real quick. Ombudsman real quick. Yeah, I'm tripping too.
It's a little tongue tied.
All right, so in here, and I'm going to make this very personal to us because I find that that works a little bit better than this concept that's way out there. So in here, in this classroom, if you felt that I was unfair, if you had a problem with me, remember, I'm the one that decides whether you pass or fail, right? So I hold all the power here, don't I? All right. So if you have a problem with me, you're probably not very comfortable reporting it to me, are you?
Mm-mm.
No, because I have power over you and your career. So you're just going to have to put up with it and deal with it, or you might want, if it's serious enough, you might want to find somebody you can complain to. Well, if you go complain to the guys at the retail store, they're not going to help you either, because guess what?
They work for you.
They work for me. That's right. That's right. So do you really have any way of making sure your needs are met? So that's a problem, isn't it? That's exactly what life is like for our patients. If they have a problem, they can't go to you and complain because you have power over them. They can't really complain to the facility because you work for the facility, right? So who do they complain to? Because if they complain to the wrong person, there can be retaliation. That's a scary place for a patient who has to rely on you for everything. So that's where that ombudsman comes in. So if you could call up Department of Education to complain about me, a disinterested third party, they can make me do what I'm supposed to do, that's better, right? That way, they're not afraid of retaliation. That's what the ombudsman is there for. It's a disinterested third party patients can complain to that can mediate between the patient and the facility and ensure the patient's needs are being met without retaliation. And it's a volunteer position. So they don't get paid for it. They don't get any recognition. They don't get any benefit. It's strictly a volunteer thing. So the ombudsman is there to help promote patient rights. But when we're looking at patient rights types of questions, just remember, never select an answer that treats an adult like a child. That will pretty much cover your patient rights. Communication is going to be covered in there too under patient rights. And I've been preaching to you about communication all throughout this program, that we have to treat adults like adults, that we have to explain what we're doing because they didn't take a CNA class, that, we have to be empathetic and sympathetic. So all of those communication things we've kind of covered as well. Your book talks a little bit about communication too. Those are the 5 things that are going to be on the written test. Ebook goes into that in detail. It's a workbook style. It's going to have you do activities to put all of that into perspective for you. So that'll help you with the written. Easy peasy. My students usually, unless you have a language barrier, my students do really well on the written, just because of the way that I'm teaching you. It wouldn't occur to you to answer the questions any other way.
And The words in the yellow book, are those gonna be on the test?
There's no vocabulary on the test. No vocabulary. They don't care if you know what a decubitus ulcer is. There's no vocabulary. But you kind of have,
systems.
well, you do, but you kind of have to know a little bit about the vocabulary in order to answer some of the questions. So you may have a question, it's not going to say what is a decubitus ulcer. It may say your patient has a decubitus ulcer on their coccyx. Which of the following actions would you expect to see on the care plan? 1, keep sheets wrinkle-free and dry. 2, change the sterile dressing every shift. 3, irrigate the wound with normal saline. Or 4, apply a narcotic patch each day. Well, you would know that, okay, we didn't learn anything about sterile dressings, not our job. Yep. We didn't learn anything about irrigation, not our job. And we don't do medications. So we can disregard those 3. It's got to be A. Now, I just talked to you about keeping sheets wrinkle free. You guys remember that? Because wrinkles contribute to bed sores. A decubitus ulcer is a bed sore, just another name. But if you know what a decubitus ulcer is, it helps you answer that question. Good?
Yep.
Okay, does that help? You had one?
No, it was about something else.
Okay.
You answered it.
All right, so that's the written. So take the stress off of the written. And in my experience, students tend to dread the written test more than the skills, and this is why. It's a ridiculously easy test, guys. It's not hard. The reason that you dread it is because most of your testing experience has been with written tests. You probably haven't had to take a skills test ever other than your driving test. That's the only skills-based test that most people have taken. So you have no frame of reference. You have no idea what to expect, and because you don't know what to expect, you don't know to
That's my issue.
stress it, right? Right. So I need you to understand, first of all, practice. Practice, 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 and then practice some more. You're going to have time built into the program starting on Monday. I don't give you any practice time on the first 2 weeks. I'm still trying to load you with information first. Okay? Starting next week on Monday, you'll have some practice time built in. And on Wednesday, you'll have even more. And the following Monday, you'll have even more. And you have this room available to you on Mondays and Wednesdays from 1:30 until 4 for a month after graduation. Okay? So you can come in even after graduation and practice. So the first 2 weeks, you don't get any practice time built in because you're still learning. By the time we get to the halfway mark, which, by the way, is today, halfway. I know, it goes fast, doesn't it? Goes fast. So by the time we get to the halfway mark, you've got enough principles behind you that I can open up practice time for you, and you'll be able to practice with a reasonable amount of skill level. Good? Questions? Okay, so that's the first thing. Practice, 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 practice. The second thing you need to understand is that when they're testing your skills, the bar is way, 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 way down here. Minimal skills competency. Minimal. You are not showing that you have mastered anything. You're trying to get in the front gates. So minimal skills competency. Now that's a problem for you because you're watching me. And I make this look easy. I've been doing this for a very long time, over 30 years, guys. I can't make this look hard if I tried. I just can't. And if I did, if I came up here and made mistakes all over the place and had to restart everything a million times, you would have zero confidence in me.
You wouldn't learn anything.
You wouldn't learn. So the problem is that you're judging your performance based on me, and that is not how you're going to be judged on the state exam. Your performance is being judged against her by other students. Does that make sense? Okay, so take some of the pressure off of yourself. You don't have to get a perfect score. Chances are you probably will, just because the way that I teach sticks and you'll remember it during testing. So when you're practicing, you may forget to have the patient check the water temperature. It's a possibility. You might forget. But when you're practicing, because I'd like you to practice in groups of 3, that's the best way to practice. One person is the patient, one person is the CNA doing the skill. The third person should have their skills book, and they should be reading along each step. And that way, when you don't know what to do, the prompter can tell you what the next step is. That way, when you're practicing, you're always practicing right. Okay? So you might forget to have the patient check the water temperature for hand and nail care. And the prompter says, hey, they need to check the water temperature. And you go, oh, yeah, that's right. And then you're going to think about my lecture about that and why that's important, and you won't ever forget it again. So practice is going to be important. Prompted practice is more important. And you have this room available for practice. But if you do that, if you do each of these skills at least once before you test, you will probably get a perfect score. Yeah, probably get a perfect score. It's not unusual for my students. So let's go through this skill that we just did, right? Sideline position. And let me explain to you how you could fail this skill. Well, turn the patient on the wrong side.
You didn't follow the care plan.
That's it. And why did you fail?
Because they didn't follow the
Because they didn't follow the
plan.
care plan. It had nothing to do with the fact that you turned the patient on the wrong side. It had everything to do with the fact that you didn't follow
The
the care plan, right? So if that pillow behind the back slips out a little bit, yes, you'll get a deficiency. It's not going to fail you. Okay? The way that they grade these, the default is for you to pass. You kind of have to work hard to not pass. The default is to pass. Okay? So let me tell you some things I've seen with this skill that failed people. So one student came in and just told the patient, okay, turn on your left side. And then said, I'm done. Yeah. Well, that would be nice. Your patient can't do that, right? That's why we have to get involved. Hand and nail care. A student didn't go get water, didn't go get soap, just took a hand wipe and wiped each hand.
You can't do that.
And that was hand and nail care. So no filing, no cleaning under the nails, no lotion, no washing, rinsing, drying. So yeah, I mean, not really in the spirit of the skill, right? So pulse, the way that you would fail pulse is to not count for 1 full minute. And that it's not because of the skill, it's because you didn't follow the
Care plan.
care plan. Are you starting to see the correlation there?
Yeah.
This is why hour 1, day 1, I start preaching the care plan. Because you should not fail the test. If you're reading that care plan and you're doing what it tells you to do, how you accomplish that is probably not going to fail you. As long as you're following the care plan.
After you knock, you have to wait to get the resolution.
No, you actually don't.
Okay, so
No.
you can just knock and come in.
Knock and come in.
Okay.
Yeah, for the test, it's not, it's considered open door. So we don't have to wait for a come in.
It's
Yeah.
the supplies that get me.
Yeah, you gotta learn your supplies.
Will you be showing us how to use like this sling thing we're talking about?
The draw sheet, I don't actually show it in class. I can, a little bit later, but it's not something I show in class because it's not on the test.
Okay.
We don't use the draw sheet on the test at all. But yeah, I can show you how to use that. Yeah. So does that kind of help a little bit? You had a question too.
Corrections. If you make a correction, do you have to go back to where you needed to do and restart from
Depends.
there? Or do you say, I should have done this and then this?
I'm sorry, guys. I didn't have my mic on. I hope you guys were able to hear that. It depends. Whoops. The depend. Hold on one second. Let me pull this up. There we go. Okay. Sorry. A couple of people just made comments. I want to display those. All right. So the answer to your corrections questions is this. If it's something they need to see, they're going to tell you, I need to see that. And then you would start from that point and demonstrate whatever it was you were trying to correct. So let me give you an example. Let's say that I did the whole turning thing, but I forgot to put the arm up, arm over, leg, and adjust the legs. I just, put my hand on the hip, hand on the shoulder, and manhandled them onto their side. And then I said, oh, correction, there's an easier way to do that. I probably should have done it that way. They're going to say, I'm sorry, we need to see that. Make sense?
Yes.
Now, if I forgot to pull the privacy curtain at the beginning and I got all the way done with the skill, I'm at the end and I look at the privacy curtain, I go, oh, I forgot to pull it. I could say, correction, I would have closed the privacy curtain to provide privacy at the beginning, and now I would be opening it. So they don't need to see that because, they've seen it on other skills. Does that make sense? So you're going to follow their direction, basically. But most things they're going to need to see. Hopefully you won't need it. But, it's nerve-wracking. You're being watched. I get it. But here's the thing that most people don't realize about the test. And I hear this from students a lot. I don't do well on tests where I'm watched. I hear that, right? And that's probably the biggest stressor that you're facing on the skills test is you're being watched and graded. Here's the problem, guys. The test is the first time you're being watched and graded. It is not the last. Every patient that you care for is going to watch what you do, and they're going to grade you on it. Every family, if you think those patients are bad, every family member of that patient is going to be watching what you do and judging you on it. Every nurse that you work under is going to be watching what you do because it's their license on the line, right? So the skills test is the first time that you're judged, but it's not the last. So we need to go into this with the understanding that this is no different than having a family member in the room watching what I'm doing. How would if I were the family member, how would I want this patient treated? How would I want my aunt treated? Mm-hmm. And if you go into the test with that mindset, you'll actually do very well. Very well. Does that make sense? Yeah. Does that make sense? Does anybody else have any questions?
How many people are there watching you?
So in the testing room, there's you, the person you're doing the skill on, your patient, and then the two evaluators. Okay. And in Florida, sometimes we only have one because we're short-staffed, right? So there may be one or two evaluators. It's supposed to be two, but sometimes there's only one. So anywhere from 3 to 4 people in the room. It's not, you're not doing this on a stage. You're not doing it with other students. Yeah. I know I watch those shows like America's Got Talent, and there is no way I could perform on a stage in front of that many people. I would be scared to death. Yeah. And I talk publicly, but there's only, 14 in the class. So I might be talking to hundreds out there, but I don't get to see them. So that's okay. But yeah, it's a very small, intimate testing process that's very private. Okay? Good?
When you said the testing locations, you said the closest one is in Tampa, right?
Right. Yeah, we used to be a testing center here, but there wasn't enough volume because they have to test 8 people a day, 7 days a week. They work 7 days a week. So if that's guys, that's 56 people a week in Spring Hill that need to be tested. There's not that many that need to be tested. So they moved it to Trinity area, which was, they could pull from Pinellas, Pasco, Hernando, and Hillsborough. So they had more volume there, but they just closed that one down about, I don't know, 8-9 months ago. So now they're trying to consolidate them to major metropolitan areas where they've got the volume to support that. Okay.
So is that where you have to go if you have to renew them too?
No, renewal, you never have to take the test as long as you renew on time. I've got a whole video on renewal. We'll go over the last day. I'm going to explain. All you have to do is go online, check 2 boxes, pay a fee, and you renew.
Oh,
That's easy.
It's way easy. Now, there's some requirements that you need to meet to check the 2 boxes.
You have to have in-service
hours. Right, which we'll talk about. There's some requirements to be able to check the 2 boxes, but renewal is 2 boxes and a fee. Okay. Super easy. Good. Okay. Anybody else have any questions on break that I did not answer? No. All right. Okay. So we have, hello ladies, perhaps you didn't know, but the recording is on during your break. Please post questions to Miss Patti. She's a great teacher. Oh, thank you, Dan. I have to remember to mute the mute the feed during break. Sorry, guys. And oh, hey, love your videos. Always tune in from Massachusetts. Well, welcome. We love to have you. All right, so let's talk about foot care. So turn in your books, page 84. Care plan at the top of the page tells us provide foot care to 1 foot using soap and water. What if the patient has 2?
If the care plan, let's try that again. Care plan says 1 foot.
1 foot. We don't care about the other one. Doesn't matter what foot.
Yeah, and she mentioned she's talked about this on Monday. What page? I'm sorry.
84. Yeah, I know. I apologize. Yeah, those of you in YouTube world, I owe you a huge apology. My sound went out on Monday and I forgot to post a comment saying, I'm sorry the sound went out. I had some technical difficulties on the sound. And I'm sorry about that. But no, it was the recording. I got a lot of comments on no sound. I feel really bad. Okay, so 1 foot is what our care plan says. Just like for Monday, we had hand and nail care, which was 1 hand. We don't care why we're not doing the other one. Nobody cares. For the test, you're going to get to pick. Or, this is a big or, the evaluator may verbally tell you when you do foot care, you need to do her right foot. That it may be verbal. Now, the reason for that is this. The reason it doesn't specify on here. Remember that you guys are all going to be patients. And if you look at the bottom of the page down here, you can see that this is done on a live person. That means you may have foot care done on you during the test. I know, I get it. I understand. Some of you are ticklish. Some of you don't do feet. It's part of the job, so we've got to do this, right? Yes. So here's the thing. Yeah, we're actually going beyond clean. We'll talk about that in a minute. Here's the thing. Because you may be a patient for this, we have no idea what's going on in your life. And you may have a raging case of athlete's foot on your right foot.
It's gotta be me though. Oh, with on my feet right now. I got 2 toes.
Hey guys, this is a good excuse to go get a pedi before you test, right? Good excuse. Oh no, budget, I have to do this. Okay, so we need to understand that everybody comes with something different. during the test, when they check you in, they're going to ask you, do you have any conditions that would keep you from being a patient on any of these skills? And if you've got athlete's foot on your right foot, an infection, it's all cracked and bleeding or whatever, you may want to tell them, hey, my right foot, I got some, bleeding going on, some cracked or whatever the case may be. And then they may, if you have to do foot care and she's got to be your patient, they may ask you to do her left foot. She's got cute toes, she said. All right. So does that make sense? Does that make sense? So we're going to follow the verbal instructions of our evaluator, but our care plan usually doesn't specify because we don't know what people are coming in with. Now, in a perfect world, right? 8 of you show up to test. All 8 of you are cleared for testing. You have no problems, no issues that would keep you from being a patient for anything. I can match any of you up. It's all fine. But it doesn't always work that way. So when you guys all show up for testing, you just had some dental work done. You can't be a patient for mouth care or denture care. You're allergic to everything. So we can't use you for feeding. We already know you have athlete's foot. She sprained her ankle. So we can't use her for transferring range of motion, hip, knee, and ankle, or ambulating. You have a sprained wrist, so we can't use you for range of motion, elbow, and wrist. So, so are you starting to see how little things? Now I've got to try to match you guys up. And one of the skills, ambulating with a gait belt, I need to put you with somebody your body size or smaller if possible. So that means that I may need you two, right? Because you're about the same body size. So, but if you sprained your ankle, I can't use you. So now I got to find a different patient for you. So I'm looking around. Well, you would work, right? So I'm going to put you guys together and that'll work. You can ambulate her, but her skill is, let's say, I'm trying to think of what to so hand and nail care. So she's got hand and nail care and you've got a huge cat scratch, right? So I could have put you guys together, but now I can't because you're not a good patient for her. Do you guys see how this could be really complex, really, really quick? Okay, so when you go in for testing, tell them if you've got something going on because we don't want to do mouth care on you if you're going to start bleeding all over the place. That's not good for anybody. So if you've got something going on, tell them, but don't make something up just to get out of a skill. So if you're the, I don't want people touching my feet person, don't invent athlete's foot to try to get out of the skill because that just makes everything super complex for the evaluators to pair you up. And where do they want to be?
At home in their pool drinking some
Mai Tais. Yeah, at home in their pool drinking their Mai Tais, and you are standing in their way. So they're probably not going to be happy. So you guys understand that? Yeah, we want them nice. We want them happy. We want them 2 steps away from that Mai Tai. There you go. There you go. So good? Questions? All right. So our let's go back to our care plan. Provide foot care to 1 foot using soap and water. The resident is sitting in a chair and their sock and shoes should be replaced at the end of the scale. Now, let me tell you why that last part is on there. Remember, this is a live patient scale. We just talked about that. You guys may be a patient for this. You are probably not showing up to the testing center with clean socks in your back pocket. That means that we have to put the sock back on you that you came in with. Now, in a clinical setting, we're not putting old socks on a clean foot. We're going to put clean socks on a clean foot. We don't have any. So our care plan, and what do we do with care plans? Follow them. Our care plan is telling us what to do. Replace the sock and shoe at the end of the skill. Good? You guys understand why that's there now? Okay. So this whole care plan thing should be demystified for you. It's pretty cut and dry. You get a care plan and you follow it. Yeah. If it tells you to pat your head, then start patting your head. I mean, it really is that simple. The skills test really is an open book test. This is your book. This is it. Now, what it doesn't tell you is your supplies. You need to learn your supplies. It doesn't tell you the steps. Your principles are your steps. Your principles tell you exactly what to do. So we have to learn those. But it really is, I mean, they tell you what to do. We just have to learn how to do it. Okay? Now, foot care looks a whole lot like hand and nail care. I mean, a whole lot like hand and nail care. So if you remember hand and nail care, we supported the wrist and arm. Well, with the foot, we're going to support the foot and ankle. We soak the hand in water. Well, guess what we're going to do with the foot? Soak it in water. We put the hand on a towel after we soaked it in order to wash it. Well, we're going to put the foot on the towel in order to wash it. This is where it kind of ends, or the similarities kind of stop, because with hand and nail care, we cleaned under the nails and filed the rough edges. You guys remember that?
Yeah.
We aren't doing that with toenails. We don't do anything with toenails except look at them. That's it. That's all we do with toenails is look at them. We don't clean them. We don't clip them. We don't file them. We don't do anything like that. We just look at them. Now, if there's a problem with toenails, if they need to be addressed, we let the nurse know. The nurse puts the patient on a list. When a podiatrist comes in once a month, they get the list. They see the people on the list. The problem gets taken care of. If you don't tell the nurse, they don't go on the list. If they're not on the list, the podiatrist does not see them because they don't go room to room saying, you need me, you need me, you need me, you need me. They don't do that. They just go by the list. So foot care becomes very important for us because this is the only way that the patient is going to get seen by the podiatrist, is for us to notice there's a problem.
So we tell them if their toenails are long or anything?
Yeah, if they're long, if they're thick, if they're ingrown, if there's red areas, sores, wounds, rashes, anything unusual. Caitlin, thank you. I appreciate it. I'll catch up with you later today or tomorrow. All right. So we don't do anything with nails, okay, other than look at them. But for the test, we need to say something like, I'm looking at the foot. Make sense? The evaluator has to know that you know why you're there. So hand and nail care, we do nails. Foot care, we just look. The rest of it is pretty much the same. We're still going to notice anything abnormal. That's part of our skill rules. We're going to do lotion last, just like hand care. We're going to replace the sock and shoe at the end of the skill. And you want to make sure that that sock doesn't have any wrinkles, because remember, wrinkles contribute to bed sore or pressure sore formation. So they're very, very similar in the way that we do this. Remember with hand care, hand in the basin to wet it, take it out to wash, put it in to rinse, take it out to dry. Same thing with the foot. Yep.
Rinse, we dry.
That's right. Whatever we wash, we rinse. Whatever we rinse, we dry. Very good.
Do they all have shoes?
For the test, yes.
I mean, okay, for the test.
For the test, yes. We're going to talk about shoes right now for the rest of the population. There we go. All right. So here's a new principle that we're going to learn. It's called shoe rules. And if the patient's feet hit the floor, we got to talk about the shoes. Slippers, socks are not enough. How many of you guys have ever been a patient at a hospital?
Me.
Okay. When you went into the hospital, they probably gave you that stylish gown to put on and a pair of slipper socks that have those little dots on them to keep you from slipping. Now, I'm sure that when you went into the hospital and you got your gown and socks on, you got into bed and you did not once get out of bed at all the entire time you were there, right? No, you got up and walked around, didn't you? Where did you walk to?
Somewhere.
Oh, the bathroom. Yeah. So bathrooms have lots and lots of pathogens. You might have walked down the hallway where all kinds of people have walked with shoes that had chicken poop on it. Yeah. You might have even walked to the fast food restaurant in the lobby and got yourself a little sub, right? And you did all of that with slipper socks. Now, when you get back into bed, whatever's on those slipper socks is getting right back into bed with you. And if I happen to have an incision and I walk around in slipper socks and get into bed with those slipper socks on, that incision is warm, dark, moist. Yeah. And those pathogens will make a beeline for that incision. And this is a possible route of surgical site incision infections. So slipper socks are not enough. If the patient is out of bed, they need shoes on. Does that make sense? I mean, that's a total ick factor there. But it doesn't stop there. Slipper socks also don't protect against sharps and other injuries. They may protect against slips, although the jury's out on that. That, you know, they always turn around and you end up walking on the slippery part of the sock. But they don't protect at all against sharp objects. And do we use any sharp objects in healthcare?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, needles all over the place. You don't find needles at the bank, right? You don't find needles at the restaurants. We find them in healthcare. And chances are some of those needles might fall on the floor and go undetected now and then and jab our patients' feet if they don't have shoes on. Now, let me tell you a story about this. Yeah, it is. It's pretty gross. It's about to get even grosser. Let me tell you a story. True story. So years ago, I was working as an agency nurse. Agency nurses or substitute nurses. Wasn't my facility. I'm called in to work when they don't have enough nurses. So agency nurse. Not my facility, not my patients. I get my report at the beginning of the shift, and one of my patients was Henry. I get my pills ready, walk into Henry's room, and his room was dark except for one small light above his bed. You know, those little fluorescent lights? This is long-term care. It was actually the rehab side of a long-term care facility. So he's there for rehab. Little light above his bed. I walk in. I got to do an assessment, so I flip the light on. He starts screaming right away. Turn it off, turn it off, turn it off. So I turned the light off, and I walked to the bed, and I said, hey, Henry, I'm Patty. I'm your nurse today. What's going on? Any reason why you don't want the light on? You've got a headache or something? What's happening? He says, no, I've got diabetic retinopathy, and the bright light really hurts my eyes. I don't like the light on. I said, oh, okay, no problem. Here with your pills. Need to do an assessment. I'm talking to him, trying to get a sense of, you know, how his mental state is and everything. And as I'm standing there, I catch an odor. Now, if you've ever smelled a wound, they're very distinctive. Yeah, different wounds smell differently. And I know just by the odor that this guy has probably got a wound brewing somewhere. So I explained that to him. Hey, Henry, I need to take a look at you because I think you might have a wound. And I pull out my report sheet. There's nothing there about a wound. Nothing. No wound care orders, no assessments, no nothing. So he's a really gruff guy. He was probably in his 50s, I would say mid to late 50s, but he was kind of gruff, you know. He says, do what you got to do. So I turned him on his side and I looked at all the usual suspect, the back of the head, the shoulder blades, the lower back or coccyx area, hip bones, buttocks, back of the legs. I moved my way down and the skin looks okay. I get to his feet and he's got this little slipper socks on. And I said, Henry, I need to take your socks off. And he immediately barks, no, leave my feet alone. So he's one of those no feet guys, right? So I know that the wound wasn't anywhere else. So I've got a pretty good suspicion that it's probably under those socks. And if he told me no, I know he's been telling the CNAs no. And nobody's been reporting this. So we had no idea how long this guy is gone with nobody looking at his feet. So I sweet talk him because you can always get further with patients by being nice than being mean, always. So I turn up the charm and I get him to agree to let me take his socks off. And I took the left one off, and it was the skin was kind of flaky, definitely needed some lotion, but not in bad shape. Try to get the right sock off, and it stuck to the bottom of his foot. Oh, found it. Found my problem. So I can't get the sock off. It won't come off. So I go get a basin of water, warm salt water. We call it normal saline. And I put the whole foot in there, sock and all, just put the whole thing in there and let it loosen while I go take care of some other patients. I come back in, wash up, put gloves on. I go to take the sock off. And I have to give it a little bit of pressure to kind of get it to loosen up from the bottom of the foot. And when I do, something flies off of his foot.
Ew.
So I'm counting toes. They're all there. It's fine. It's fine. They're all there. But now I'm looking on the floor, and it was a floor just like this, right? This is like a commercial floor, and same type of baseboard. And I had to search a little while for it, but I found this. Now, this isn't the thumbtack, but it's one just like it. It's one of those white painted metal thumbtacks.
Oh.
Yeah, this is not the thumbtack, by the way. Okay, so nobody saw this because it was a white dot on a slipper sock full of white dots. Nobody saw it. We're going to talk about that in a minute. So I found the culprit. Now I know what caused the injury, and it's a bad one. It's an area probably about this big around on the bottom of his foot that's hard, black, dead tissue. Now, in healthcare, we're good. We can fix a lot of things. We can heal a lot of things, but dead is dead. We haven't figured out a way to bring dead back to life. Dead cells are dead. So I know this guy's in a world of trouble. So I call the doctor, call the family, get wound care orders, take my pictures, write my documentation, and I leave. Not my patient, not my facility. About 9-10 months later, it was a while later. I don't know exactly how long. I get assigned back to that facility, this time long-term care. And, Henry's on my mind. And as I'm getting report, I notice that Henry is on the long-term care side. Now, that's never good. He's in his 50s. He doesn't need to be living at a nursing home. That's bad. So something bad happened from the time I saw him until now. So I go in, hey, Henry, I'm Patty. I'm the nurse that found the wound on your foot. How are you doing? And he pulls the sheet aside, and he had to have a below-the-knee amputation. Lost his leg over this.
Oh, my goodness.
Serious consequences. Now, there's a couple problems here. First of all, if the CNAs had done foot care like they were supposed to, the wound had never gotten that bad, right? So this is CNAs not doing their job and not reporting to the nurse that the patient refused. If the patient refuses, I have to know about it so I can solve that problem, right? The other issue is that it was found too late to be able to heal. Now, this patient, the question here is, how in the world did he have a thumbtack in the bottom of his foot and not feel it? I mean, how does that even happen? Is this really a true story? And yes, it's very true. And I'm about to explain to you why patients with diabetes won't always feel injuries, and that's why we have to do foot care. We're going to talk about that. Okay. So what was your question?
So if the patient says no, do we sweet talk them, or do we just leave them alone after they say no?
If you can sweet talk them, you can. You can always give it a try. Try to find out why they're refusing. That's number one. Because when you come to me and say, hey, Henry won't let me do foot care, I'm going to ask you why. Why? What did he say? If you say, well, he just said no, that doesn't help me. Try to find out why. Okay, and then come to me with that information, and then I'll fix the problem. But don't just kind of drop it. But yeah, if you can sweet talk them, sure. A lot of times the why is something you can solve. Their family's coming to visit. They don't want foot care right now. Their family's coming to visit. Well, you can go back later and do it, can't you? Right? I don't want foot care done because I'm getting ready to go to an activity. Yeah, we can do it later. I don't want foot care done because my foot hurts.
You gotta report that.
There's an observation that needs to be reported. Okay, so try to find out the why. But the real problem here with this situation is diabetes. So let's talk diabetes. Every cell in your body needs fuel. That fuel usually comes in the form of sugar. Every carbohydrate that you eat breaks down in the body to become sugar, which then fuels the cells. So you eat carbohydrates, they break down into sugar, the sugar feeds the cells, everybody's happy. But there's a step here I didn't talk about, and that's where we get into trouble. The sugar can't just enter the cells on its own. The cells are actually locked. There's a door inside the cell that is locked. So we eat carbs, they break down into sugar, it goes into our bloodstream, it circulates, and the sugar can't get into the cell because the door is locked unless it has a key. Now, thankfully, right on board, we have a factory that makes keys. It's called your pancreas, and the key is called insulin. So when you eat carbs, they break down into sugar. Your brain tells your pancreas, hey, we need some keys. Pancreas pops out some insulin. Insulin opens the door. Sugar goes into the cells. Everybody's happy. This is a great system until it doesn't work. And when it doesn't work, we get into a lot of problems. So when your cells are hungry, they send a message to your brain. This is going to be important. We're going to talk about this in just a second. They send a message to your brain. It says, hey, we're hungry. If the brain doesn't do anything about it, that cell gets louder. I'm starving. Feed me. So the brain says, oh, okay, we got some hungry cells. We probably need some sugar. So a quick source of sugar is carbs. Let's get some carbs on board. So you start craving carbs. Spaghetti, bread, pasta, anything. We call it the rule of white. If it's white, it's probably a carb. There are some exceptions to that. There's cauliflower and radishes.
They're still white.
Yeah, yeah, but other than that, pretty much everything else. So sugar and anything made with sugar, flour and anything made with flour, potatoes, rice, bread, pasta, all of those things are sugar. So, or carbs. So those break down into sugar. As the sugar enters the bloodstream, your body produces insulin that opens the door. Once the door is open, the sugar can enter. This is an ideal system. The problem is with no insulin, we end up with hungry cells. I'm starving. I'm still starving. I'm really starving. I am seriously starving. And the worst part is I can see the sugar, but it can't get in. So this is the equivalent to me locking you in this room and putting an entire pizza buffet outside that window and opening the blinds.
That's the tease.
Oh, it's horrible, right? So you're probably going to start screaming and trying to,
Claw your way out.
batter down the door, right? Well, that's what's happening here because the cells can see the sugar, but they can't access it. They can't get it into them. Make sense? Questions so far? Okay. This is why your diabetic patients get cravings for sugar. If you've ever known a diabetic, they probably have a bag of M&Ms under their pillow, right? They eat all the wrong things, and you can tell them till you're blue in the face, you cannot have that donut. You're diabetic. What are you doing to yourself? Quit eating carbs. And they're like, no, I'm not going to quit eating carbs because my cells are starving. Their brain is reacting to a very real crisis in their body. You telling them you can't have that donut means absolutely nothing when their cells are actively dying. Now, that donut isn't going to help them. You know it. I know it. That donut doesn't help them, but their brain doesn't know that. All the brain sees is starving cells. I need sugar. Sugar goes into the bloodstream. The cells can't use it. The brain doesn't know that. Cells are still starving. I need sugar louder. So they start eating the things that they shouldn't. The problem is that all of this sugar just piles up in the bloodstream. It doesn't go into the cells. So your cells end up starving and dying, and we end up with a lot of sugar in our bloodstream. You remember us talking about salt on Monday?
Yeah.
That salt is not excreted. Sugar is not either. So we only have two choices with sugar. We either use it by the cells, or we pack it up in boxes and put it in a storage unit for later. That's it. Those are your only two choices. Use it in the cells. We can't. We don't have keys. Or pack it up in a storage box called glycogen and put it in a storage unit called a fat cell for later. Okay. Eventually, if you ever need sugar, we can unpack the boxes and use the stuff that we've got on board in our storage units. But over time, it's kind of like canned vegetables. I mean, it'll stick around for a long time, but eventually they do expire, right? So over time, some of this glycogen in your fat cells, even if we unpacked it and used it, it's not going to be all that effective because it's old and not as useful as it used to be. So ideally, we should use it when it's fresh. Make sense? And not store it away in our fat cells. Good?
So what causes diabetes?
We're going to talk about that.
Okay.
Okay. I have a whole, wait till you hear this.
My dad's diabetic, so he's already asking me all this stuff, and I'm like, I don't know.
Okay, you'll be able to tell them after class today. All right, so when we have all of these sugar molecules in our bloodstream, this is a map of your artery system, and this is where sugar lives. It lives in the arteries, and it circulates around and around and around and around, and it's looking for a cell to get into. Well, if it can't find a cell to get into, then we're going to pack it up into glycogen and store it in our fat cells. But eventually, all of our storage units are full, so we just end up with all of this sugar round and round and round and round and round and round and round. So what does that do? Well, have you ever had a cake or a cupcake left out on the counter for a couple days?
Yeah, it doesn't
With a
last
frosting?
long.
What happens to frosting? Hardens, that's right. It crystallizes. The oil and the sugar separate. So that sugar is what's inside these arteries. That's exactly what's inside those arteries. So you now have cake frosting circulating inside your arteries. Now, if you looked at it under a microscope, it's a crystal. So a crystal looks like this.
That size?
No, it's small. It's much smaller, but if you magnified it, this is what it would look like. Do you see all those sharp, jagged edges? Okay, so these crystals, as they circulate through the arterial system, those sugar crystals actually adhere to the inside of the arteries. They stick there. And because they're crystals and they're all jagged, everything that goes by is going to get all caught up in those crystals. So cholesterol looks like pizza cheese in your artery system. Cholesterol floating by is going to get all bound up in there. Those sharp edges are going to shred cells. So cell fragments are going to get all bound up in there. And then you've got platelets and all kinds of stuff. So you end up with this big goopy mess inside of your arteries. And that means that we're probably not going to get good blood through there very well. Make sense? So when we are born, our arteries look like this. Man, I would kill for arteries like that again. Mine do not look like that. Okay, I would kill for arteries like that. They're nice and clear. But the American diet being what it is, our arteries do not stay like this because we eat a lot of carbs. And it starts when we're little. So 4-year-old child, 3, 4, wakes up at 6 o'clock in the morning. Mom's not quite ready to get up yet. Mom collapses on the couch, turns on cartoons for the kid and naps a little bit. and gives them a Pop-Tart to keep them quiet while she naps, right? That Pop-Tart breaks down into sugar. So mom wakes up a little while later and is going to give the kids cereal for breakfast, and they're not eating Raisin Bran, are they? What are they eating? Fruity Pebbles, Captain Crunch, Trix, yeah, all the good stuff. And those all break down into sugar. And then we have an afternoon snack. This is a good mom. She gives kid fruit. Fruit breaks down into sugar. And then we have lunch, which is the national toddler diet of chicken nuggets and mac and cheese. And those break down into sugar. And then afternoon snack, which is usually like a snack cake or something sweet. And those break down into sugar. And then we have dinner. How about some buttered spaghetti, which is pasta, carbohydrate, which breaks down into sugar. And then, of course, we have dessert before we go to bed. And that breaks down into sugar. So throughout this day, what we've asked the pancreas to do is produce, 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 produce. That was one day and we're already tired. What do you think is going to happen when we do this for 65 years? Your pancreas at some point is going to say, I'm done. I'm done. I am not playing your game anymore. You have overused me. Done. And it quits producing insulin. So then we end up with an abundance of sugar molecules circulating in the system with nowhere to go, because our pancreas is not producing the keys we need to get the sugar into the cells. Make sense? Okay. So after a couple years, once we get into our 20s, when we keep up this diet, our arteries look like this. Still not bad, but you can see that there's a little bit of just a little bit of a buildup in there. That effectively reduces the diameter of your arteries. Smaller hose means we're going to have higher blood pressure. You guys see that? Higher blood pressure. Now, if we don't heed this warning sign, this is usually when we figure it out, right? Doc says, hey, you got to do something. Your blood pressure is starting to creep up there, right? And we know what's going on inside the arteries. If we don't do something here and we let it keep going, we end up with this. Now, this is a serious issue. We have reduced our arterial diameter by about a quarter. This is going to slow down our blood. What did I tell you blood does when it slows down? So what are we now at risk for? Yeah, we're probably having some circulation issues. Blood probably isn't getting back up to our heart the way it should. There's some issues here, right? Now, if we totally ignore this, we end up with this. Okay. So work some salads into your diet. Yeah.
And then there's this feeling in their legs.
So let's talk about that. So all of these sugar molecules have to go somewhere. Once we've maxed out our storage units, they just circulate in the blood, circulate in the blood, circulate in the blood. We can't really use them by the cells all that well. There is a back door I'm going to tell you about in a minute. But you end up with all of these crystals in here. But over time, those crystals, there's no room, right? We're maxed out here. We're out of room. So those crystals actually start coating other areas like nerves. And when you get nerve impairment, and if you remember, I said he had diabetic retinopathy, right? That told us he had diabetes. That's your retina, the back of your eye has little tiny blood vessels. And those are usually one of the first blood vessels, because they're so tiny, to get clogged up, right? So we end up with eye problems with diabetes. Well, over time, it doesn't just affect the arteries, it will also affect the nerves. Have you ever had your hand or your leg go to sleep on you?
Yes.
Do you know what that feels like, the pins and needles? Right? It feels like a million fire ants just crawling all over you. Now, when you touch an area that's asleep, it really hurts, doesn't it? Okay. That pins and needles feeling, that is neuropathy. That means that there's so much sugar over the nerves that the signals can't get through. It's static on the line. That's what that means. It's static on the line. So we end up with a situation like Henry, where you've got a wound on the foot, and the foot knows that there's a thumbtack there. The foot is trying to send a signal to the brain, hey, idiot, we got a problem down here, but the line is corroded and the signal doesn't make it through. So the brain has no clue that there's a thumbtack stuck in the bottom of the foot because the wire that connects the two is blocked. Yeah. Does that make sense? You starting to put all that together? This is why diabetic patients are at risk for injury and why we have to do foot care and we have to say out loud, I'm looking at the foot, because the patient may have an injury there that they don't know exists. And the evaluator for the test needs to know that you know why you're there. It's not about cleaning the foot. Cleaning the foot gives us an excuse to be there.
Are some people born with diabetes though?
Yes. Okay. So what I just explained to you is something called type 2 diabetes, adult onset diabetes. We just plain wore out our pancreas. Type 1 diabetes or juvenile diabetes, they're born with a pancreas that doesn't work right. Okay, same problem, right? We still, when we take in sugar, it's got to have a key to get into the cells. Same problem. But instead of just overusing our pancreas and having it give up, in this situation, the pancreas doesn't work right from the beginning. No, we actually don't replace pancreases yet. I don't know if that's ever coming. Generally speaking, they'll either have injectable insulin, or a lot of times now they have insulin pumps that are implanted, and it reads the blood sugar in real time and dispenses insulin based. So basically, it's artificial pancreas. That's kind of the best way to describe it, an artificial one.
If you were to put a little bit of salt in your water every morning, would that detox your arteries from clogging up with so much sugar?
No, in fact, if you put a little salt in your water every morning, remember, salt can't be excreted.
Well, not iodized salt. What if it's mineral salt?
Doesn't matter. Salt is salt. Whether iodized just means it's got a little extra iodine in it. Salt is salt. Salt can't be excreted. So we have to pull in more fluid into the arterial system, which will ultimately drive up the blood pressure. Okay. Now, the only exception to that, I will say this, and we could get really deep into nutrition. I'm trying to keep this at a surface level. The only exception to that is if you're outside working in this heat, right? The one way salt does escape from our body is through sweat. So if you're sweating a lot, and then we have to have electrolyte replacement. So things like Gatorade or IV, liquid IV or something like that, because that's the one way that salt can leave the body is through sweat.
Is it the same way for sugar too, through sweat? Or
No.
Okay.
Sugar can't be sweat out.
Okay, but don't you burn fat when you exercise? So the sugar is stored in the fat.
So, okay, the reason that you burn fat when you exercise is because when we exercise, we increase our need for sugar, right? Because we're making our cells more active. So when you're more active, you need more fuel, right? So because we don't have enough fuel on board, we have to break down some of those fat cells, unpack the glycogen, and use it. So that's how exercise helps burn fat. It's because we're opening the fat to release the glycogen that we need.
And people with like the juvenile diabetes, they would have like the same problems, like the tingly.
Yeah, they have the same issues as adult onset diabetes. So they can have the same nerve problems, the same artery problems. The difference is, and I will be very honest with you, the difference is between juvenile and adult onset. Remember that adult onset is because we have a lifetime habit of poor eating, right? It's not something we're going to change overnight. It's just not. So chances are we're going to continue that same eating pattern, and we're not doing ourselves any favors. With juvenile diabetes. This happens at birth, right? We know at birth that this person has a pancreas that doesn't work. So if we know at birth, you don't develop bad habits, you're not allowed to develop bad habits. You learn a healthy way of eating because your life literally depends on it. So they tend to not have as many of the metabolic effects as adult onset just because they don't develop those unhealthy habits that lead to a lot of that excess sugar with nowhere to go. Okay.
So diabetes is developed because of your pancreas.
Right, because your pancreas is not working properly.
Okay.
Yep. Yep. So you don't need to know all this. None of this is on the test.
Just good to know.
None of this is on the test. The reason that I explain this, the reason that I bring this up, even though it's not on the test, is twofold. Number one, you need to understand why you're doing foot care. You're doing it because your patient may have a wound that they don't know anything about, and it's our job to find it. So do a good job. Number two, the second reason that I tell you about this is when your diabetic patients have cravings, don't lecture them. It doesn't do any good. Their cells are dying. There's a reason that they're craving, but there is something you can do to help them. Because on the back of every cell, theoretically, I mean, it's not really the back of the cell, I'm just visual, right? There is a smaller door, not as efficient, but there's another way in. And that door is open through protein. So when we have a patient, a diabetic patient that is craving a lot of sugar, then if we can get them to pair a protein, because if they eat that sugar, it's not going to do them any good. That craving isn't going to go away. It doesn't help. We're just adding more sugar into the problem. The cell's still starving. It doesn't help. But if we can get them to add a little protein in, so instead of eating that donut, how about an apple and some cheese? Or some cheese and crackers, or some peanut butter and graham crackers, or a half of a tuna fish sandwich, right? If we can pair a protein with that carb, the carb will make the brain sit down and be quiet for a little while. The protein will open the cell and allow the sugar in. Okay. So it's kind of a backdoor way. Yeah, it's sneaky, but if we can get our diabetic patients when they're craving sugar, if we understand that that's a reaction to cells dying, so we don't yell at them, and we can work with them to get some protein on board, that protein will allow that sugar to be utilized properly. Okay, good? Pretty neat, huh? All right. So for foot care, we're going to support the foot. We're going to soak it in water. We'll wash, rinse, and dry all areas. We're not going to put lotion between the toes because lotion holds in moisture. Between the toes is warm, dark. We don't want moist there, right? We want to inspect all surfaces. This is the big one. This is the one thing that they're looking for. Are you looking at the foot? You probably want to say something out loud. I'm looking at the foot. No bare feet on the floor. That just kind of goes without saying. We're going to use a barrier on the floor instead of the table. We're going to replace that sock and remove all wrinkles, and we'll apply and secure the shoe over the sock.
So the foot can touch the barrier.
Barrier, not the floor.
Okay.
Yep. Good. Slipper socks are not enough. You need to remember that.
So are there hospital shoes or they have their own shoes?
So in a hospital, so most people have shoes, right? There's very few people in this world that do not have shoes. So most of the time when you go to the hospital, your shoes go with you because you're wearing them to go to the hospital, right? So there's probably shoes in a drawer or a closet somewhere. Long-term care, there's definitely shoes. If they're in a hospital setting and they don't have shoes with them for whatever reason, let the nurse know. The nurse can call up their family, hey, bring George's shoes over. Or they can call the facility, hey, we need some shoes for Martha. If they're homeless and they have no shoes at all, let the nurse know we have a social worker that can solve that problem, right? We're not, that's the thing, we're part of a team. We're not all alone caring for that patient. So we should be working as part of that team and letting the nurse know whenever there's a need so that need can be solved with the resources that we have. Great question. All right, good. Questions? All right, let's go back here. All right, I'm going to show you the video for this one because I am not getting on the floor. Yeah. Hopefully this is going to play. Sorry, guys, we gotta have the sound recorded.
Hello,
Hi, Mr. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
Wonderful. I need to do foot care. Is that okay?
Yes.
Let me go close your curtain, wash my hands, and then I'll gather your supplies.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to get a barrier, and we'll place this on the floor right in front of you, and you can place your foot on the barrier. I'm going to get a basin, soap, and lotion. We'll place that on the barrier. I'm going to get 2 washcloths and a towel and a set of gloves. I'm going to get some water for washing. Okay, Mr. Jones, would you like to check the water temperature and make sure it's okay?
Yes.
Is it
Great.
good?
Yes, great.
Very good. I'm going to set this here. And I'm going to kneel on the barrier and apply my gloves. I'm going to roll up your pants leg and lift your foot so I can remove your sock. We'll place your foot in the basin to soak. I'll take the first washcloth and wring it out, making sure that your foot is wet. I'm going to place your foot over here on the towel and apply soap to the washcloth. You want to wash all surfaces of the foot. I'm going to lift your foot up so I can wash the bottom, and I'll observe for any red areas, wounds, sores, or any other abnormalities. We'll put your foot back in the basin to rinse. Okay, I'm going to place your foot on the towel to dry. And I'll ensure all surfaces have been dried thoroughly. I'll take one of the narrow edges and go between your toes to blot. And I'll dry the bottom of your foot. Now I'm going to apply some lotion. We'll warm the lotion in our hands and apply lotion to all surfaces except between the toes. So I'm going to lift your foot and we'll apply lotion to the bottom as well as the top. And now I'm going to wipe off the excess lotion so that you don't slip. Okay, go ahead and place your foot back on the barrier. And now I can reapply your sock. There you go. And we'll put your shoe back on. Can you slide your foot in there for me, please? Okay, Mr. Jones, I need to put all of my supplies away now. I'm going to gather my dirty linen and place it in the dirty linen hamper. I'm going to take the basin to the sink and clean according to the basin cleaning procedure. On the way back, I'll collect the soap and the lotion and put the basin back in the drawer. Now I'll collect the barrier and throw it away. Now I can remove my gloves. Okay, Mr. Jones, are you comfortable?
Yes.
Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here?
No, thank you.
Okay, your call light is here. If you should need anything at all, please let me know. Can I get you a magazine while you're waiting?
No, thank you.
I'm going to open my curtain and wash my hands. After washing my hands, I'll review the steps of my skill, make any corrections, and tell the evaluator my skill is done. Okay. Testing. Testing. Okay. All right. You guys at home, can you still hear me? If you can hear me, please let me know in the chat. Still trying to work on the sound thing. All right. We'll give them a few minutes. Okay. So next skill that we're going to talk about is bedpan. So turn in your skills book to page 105. Okay. Might be 106. So, okay, our glove rules, good question. Our glove rules are, when we're asking our questions, right? Am I going to touch any ooey gooey, or is it possible that I may touch ooey gooey during this skill? So the answer is not no to that, right? It's possible because we don't know if there's a wound. So because it's possible, then we want to wear gloves. Okay, good question. Good question. You can technically do foot care without gloves. There's no problem with it as long as you're absolutely positively sure that there are no wounds. All right. So this care plan for bedpan says the resident has requested a bedpan. The resident is not wearing undergarments and is able to wipe self. The resident is able to move as directed. A couple things about this care plan I want to point out. If you look at the bottom of the page, you'll see that this is going to be done on a live testing student view. Notice it says the resident is not wearing undergarments and can wipe self. So before you get all stressed out, this is a simulation skill. It is, got it? It is going to be a lot. You will find yourself in bed and somebody will be putting a hand under you, but you're going to simulate. You're going to remain fully clothed. In fact, they're going to put on a patient gown over your clothing. You're going to remain fully clothed. You're not actually going to pee in the bedpan. Please don't pee in the bedpan. It's a simulation skill. But the reason that it says this in the care plan, what do we know about care plans? What do we have to do? Okay. It says in the care plan that the resident is not wearing undergarments and can wipe self. That keeps somebody else from trying to take your clothes off, and it keeps somebody from trying to get into your personal area to clean. Because then the evaluator can point to the care plan and say, that's not necessary. So nobody's in your area. Does that make sense? Good? Okay. So it says residents able to move as directed. This is a super easy skill, guys. You're going to put a bedpan under a patient. You're going to put the bedpan out, and you're going to clean it the same way we clean everything else, face and cleaning. So there's not a whole lot here, okay? The parts of this skill that matter are parts that you probably aren't aware of, and that's what I need to explain to you now. The most important step for bedpan has nothing to do with the patient using the bedpan. It has everything to do with the head of the bed. If I have a bedpan and I have a patient laying in bed and I put that bedpan underneath the patient's middle, what does it do to their middle? Raises it up. How many of you ladies can pee uphill? And if you are successful at peeing uphill, it's going to run right down your back and into your hair. Pretty high on my growth meter. I don't know about yours. So when you put a bedpan under somebody, you have to put the head of the bed up into a normal elimination position. This is the most important checkpoint on this skill, because otherwise they can't use the bedpan. Then the patient is sitting on the bedpan, pressing it down into the bed. You're never going to get that out of their butt with them sitting on it. So you have to put the head of the bed back down in order to get the bedpan out. Good? Got it? With all of that up and down to the bedpan, whatever's in here is probably going to slosh around. So what can we put under the bedpan that might be absorbent and waterproof? A chuck. So we're going to put a chuck under the patient. We're going to put the bedpan on top of the chucks, put the head of the bed up, leave them toilet paper because it says they can wipe themselves, and the call light will let us know when it's done. We're going to put the head of the bed back down, take the chucks and out all together, take it over to the bathroom, dump our pretend pee into the toilet, rinse and dry and store our bedpan like we do everything else, and then do our closing. Your patient's uncovered, so what do we need? Yeah, we're working with body fluids, so what do we need to wear? If we're going to use a privacy blanket, we don't want to hold it next to our. You guys already know all this. You guys already know all this. Okay? So don't freak out about the skill. 90% of it you've already got down. If you remember on Monday, we went over make occupied check. We learned that clean rolls toward me, dirty rolls away. You guys remember that? We're going to use that for chucks too. So if we're going to put another pad underneath the patient, we're going to roll it up toward us first, have the patient lift their hips and unroll it under the patient. Okay. So same process, smaller item. Yes.
It does say 2 pairs of gloves. When would you change them?
Okay, so we're going to talk about that. We only have 2 skills that require 2 pairs of gloves, and this is one of them. Now, the reason for this is cross-contamination. So let's walk through this real quick, okay? I put gloves on. I put the chucks underneath my patient because I've got to have gloves on for that because butt juice, right? Right? So I've got gloves on. I put chucks underneath my patient. I put the bedpan under my patient, and my patient's not wearing, right? So butt juice, right? So now I've got butt juice gloves. Do I want to touch that bed? I know I got to put the head of the bed up. Do I want to touch that bed controller with butt juice gloves? So when should I take the gloves off? Before I put the head of the bed up. Okay. Once the patient's done, then we're going to put the head of the bed back down and we got to take that bedpan out, but we don't have gloves on. Do you think we should? So let's put the gloves on right before we take the bedpan away. Does that make sense? Has everything to do with butt juice. So all you got to think of when you're looking at the gloves, do I take them off now? Just think, do they have butt juice on them? Okay.
So you have to remove your gloves before you raise your bed.
Right.
After.
Right. Now, for the test, you only have one patient. That's it. One patient. We don't have a whole wing of people to go see. So we're just going to step outside of the curtain and wait for them to tell us that they're done. We're not going anywhere. But in a clinical setting, please don't stay in the room. People cannot go with an audience. You've got to leave. You got to go wash your hands, exit the room, go take care of somebody else. When the call light goes off, come back. Don't stay in the room. And bonus, if you can get the roommate out of the room too, that's even better because people get shy. And when you're using a bedpan, people can hear and they can smell, right? So the more privacy we can give this person, the better off they are. But here's the problem with bedpans. You've been trained since you were this tall, don't pee in the bed, 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 and certainly don't poop in the bed, right? Just because I put a plastic can under your butt does not mean your brain is going to let you go. So when we use bedpans often, the patient's going to be unsuccessful and we're going to have to try again in 20 minutes and try again in 10 minutes and try again. Don't get short tempered with them. This is their brain doing what it's supposed to do. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? So don't hang out in the room. Get the roommate out for a walk if you can, and make sure that you understand the psychological aspects of this as well. If you turn the water on in the room, it helps. That water sound helps with the urinary letdown reflex, but it also helps cover sound as well, so people can't hear where you're going. So that helps a lot. A little preemptive spray will help a lot as well.
Let me care when it says that they're able to wipe themselves. Will there ever be like an incident where we have to do it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. In fact, 99.999% of the time, you're going to have to wipe the patient because undercarriage, bed. Think about that. You are not that close to the water when you pee in a toilet, right? More like this. When you only have this much space, we end up with urine under pressure, right? A stream of urine hitting a flat plastic surface with splashback. There's not enough room between the bedpan and the undercarriage to get your hand in there to clean effectively. So chances are you're going to have to help your patient get cleaned up with a bedpan. This care plan doesn't have us do that, but we're going to learn the proper technique with Harry care a little bit later. Okay, good. Okay, a couple things that you can do to make this easier in a clinical setting. It has nothing to do with the test, but the test away for a second. This is clinical. Ask your nurse, can I put toilet paper in the bedpan and powder on the bedpan? And if she says yes to both of those, you're happy dance because this just got a whole lot easier. Remember, you're going to have sloshing with that bedpan moving. If we take toilet paper, make big loops of toilet paper, 5 or 6 big loops, lay that inside the bedpan, it absorbs the urine. You don't have as much splashing. It helps prevent splashback, keeping them drier. It's a godsend. It's a wonderful thing. But if we're measuring the urine, we can't absorb it. So we need to ask our nurse, can we use toilet paper? Are we measuring the urine? The other thing is, if you've ever sat in shorts on a car seat that's leather, you stick to the seat, right? So skin sticks with heat to plastic surfaces. Well, we have a 98.6-degree body. That's hot. You put a bare butt on a plastic bedpan, they're going to stick. So when you try to take that bedpan out, it's going to kind of try to stay in place. And the more force, the more you risk
spilling.
Yeah. So if you get the opportunity, if the nurse says yes, and you put a little powder or cornstarch on the seat part of the bedpan, it'll slide under the patient much better and it slides out much easier as well. It's a wonderful thing, but we can't use it if our patient has a respiratory condition, and we can't use it if they have a wound. So we need to ask the nurse. Good. Now, if you turn back to page 105, and toward the bottom, you'll see a picture of a toilet. That little thing standing up looks like a little shower head. If you pivot it forward like this, it'll start spraying into the toilet. And that is, a bedpan cleaner. It'll actually clean, if water comes out, you clean the bedpan right there over the toilet. Great invention. Problem is, we have water under pressure hitting a flat plastic surface. We're going to end up with splashback. So you want to dress for the job. You don't want that stuff on your uniform. You don't want that stuff on your face. So we're going to put on one of those masks with shields to protect all of the holes on our face. We're going to put on one of those yellow isolation gowns to protect our clothing so that we're not taking these little microparticles of stuff around with us. Good. We're protecting all of it. By the way, masks do not help with odor. Does not help with odor. Don't use a mask for odor. Yes, you can use Vicks. I can't use Vicks. My skin is super, super sensitive. I will look like Rudolph in about 3 seconds. But what I use is I just go get one of those little small vials of Vaseline. You know, you can get it like the Dollar Tree, right? Little small things of Vaseline. You put in a couple of drops of your favorite essential oil. And thankfully, essential oils are everywhere now. Orange blossom and lemongrass are my 2 favorite. And you just mix it up and you use that instead. So it's a really quick and easy way of helping. It doesn't eliminate odor, but it does help. Okay. Good. Questions? Questions? No? All right. I am going to show you this skill, the video for the skill, because it has to be close up. And you need to see where the bedpan is placed. So I will show you the video for this one. Let me show you a bedpan real quick. Bedpans are in the bottom drawer of your 3-drawer cabinet. This is a bedpan. If it looks like a toilet seat, it's where the butt goes. It's that easy, right? If it looks like a toilet seat, it's where the butt goes. So let me bring this over here so our people at home can play along. If it looks like a toilet seat. Imagine perching on this. Yeah, that's not gonna be effective. And imagine this between your legs while you're trying to go. It's just, you have to know how to put this in right. Okay. This wider end of the bedpan goes under the widest end of the patient. Okay, good. Yeah, I say things in a specific way so you never forget.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Wonderful. I understand you need a bedpan. Can I assist you with that?
Sure.
I'm going to close your curtain, wash my hands, get my supplies, and I'll be right back. Okay, I'll need a Chucks and a privacy blanket for this skill. Okay, Mr. Jones, I'm going to place this privacy blanket over you. This will help keep you warm and protect your privacy as we do this skill. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to spread this out without snapping it or shaking it. And I'll have you hold this in place so I can pull your sheet down. That way your sheet remains clean as we do this skill.
Okay, I'm going to prepare a chucks to place under you before we put the bedpan in place. I'm going to hold the chucks up lengthwise and roll it toward me. Clean rolls toward me, dirty rolls away. And I'll just place this on the bed. I'm going to open the drawer that the bedpan is in and get a set of gloves. Okay, Mr. Jones, in just a moment, I'm going to ask you to bend your knees, lift your hips as high off the bed as you can, and I'm going to unroll the chucks underneath you. Okay?
Okay.
All right, go ahead and bend your knees and lift up. Okay, and you can relax. I'm going to go around to the other side of the bed and unroll it. Okay, Mr. Jones, can you lift up again, please? I'll smooth the chucks out, making sure it's positioned properly on the bed. You can relax. Okay, now I'll get the bedpan out from in the drawer. And I'm going to place this under your bottom, if I can get you to lift and relax. Is that comfortable?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to put the head of the bed up, but let me remove my gloves first.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to put the head of the bed up. Please tell me when you're comfortable.
Okay.
And you may have to adjust that bedpan a little bit as it moves. Tell me when you're comfortable.
That's good.
Okay, here's your toilet paper and your call light. And I'm just going to wait out here. Please let me know when you're done. Okay, Mr. Jones, I understand you're finished. Let me help you with that. I'm going to put the head of the bed down now. And please do not lift your hips. Once the head of the bed is in the lowered position, I'll put on a pair of gloves. And I'm going to hold that bedpan flat as you lift off of it. Okay, Mr. Jones, I'm going to take a corner of the chucks and hold the bedpan flat as you lift off of it. You can go ahead and lift on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. I'll remove both the bedpan and the chucks and take them to the bathroom for disposal. I'll be right back. Once I get over here to the bathroom, I'm going to unwrap the bedpan and we'll throw the chucks away. I'm going to empty the contents of the bedpan into the toilet, and then I'll rinse the bedpan. We'll deposit the rinsed water into the toilet as well. And then we'll set the bedpan down to dry. I'll pick it up with a paper towel. I'm going to dry the inside. We'll throw that paper towel away. I'll dry the outside, throw that paper towel away, and get one for the drawer. Okay, I'm going to place the bedpan in the drawer along with the toilet paper. And we'll use the paper towel to close the drawer. Now I can remove my gloves. Mr. Jones, would you like to wipe your hands? Thank you. Okay, you can relax your legs if you'd like. And I'm going to pull your sheet up and remove the privacy blanket. We want to make sure that we roll the blanket in a ball so that any trailing edges don't contaminate other surfaces. There you go. Here's your call light. I'm going to go put this in dirty linen. I'll be right back. Okay, Mr. Jones, are you comfortable? Is there
Yes.
anything else I can get for you while I'm here? A
No.
magazine,
Thank
perhaps? Your call light is there. Please let me know if there's anything that we can do. I'm going to open your curtain and go wash my hands.
Thank you.
After washing my hands, I'll review the steps of my skill, make any corrections, and then tell the evaluator my skill is done. Okay. There, no feedback. Yay. All right. So the important parts of this skill, um, We want to put the chucks under the patient, then the bedpan. We want to raise the head of the bed, put the patient's toilet paper and colite. We'll lower the head of the bed, make sure we have gloves on, hold the bedpan flat, move it with chucks. Cover the bedpan, clean sore, and then get the patient a hand wipe. Why do they need a hand wipe at the end? They wipe themselves, yeah. So something that's interesting that I just want to point out, I don't like this personally. That's why I teach you the way that I do. But I do have to tell you that according to the actual checklist, okay, this thing right here, according to this actual checklist, it does not require you to have gloves on when you put the chucks and bedpan under the patient. It's not a requirement. It should be done, right? Because we're a personal skin. It should be, but there's no checkpoint for it. So you are not graded on using 2 sets of gloves for this skill. The reason that I point that out, I want you to, because it's personal skin, butt juice, right? We don't want to go there. But the reason that I point this out is because when you are doing this skill on the state exam, or when you're in the state exam, if you see somebody else do this skill and they don't wear gloves, they could still technically pass. So I just want you to be aware of that. It's not a requirement, but please use gloves. All right. Time is my enemy. Time is always my enemy. All right, I want to go back real quick here and show you something about bedpans. Real quick. As a nurse, I have to make this care plan for this patient. I have to think about all kinds of things. One of the things I'm going to think about is toileting methods. My very first stop is, can this patient get up and go to the bathroom by themselves without my involvement? Because that's what I want. I want independence. And if so, my care plan for you is going to say bathroom privileges. That means they get up and go by themselves. We aren't involved. We don't have anything to do with it. But they might need a little help getting to and from the bathroom. So that care plan might say bathroom with assist. Help them however they need help. If they can't get all the way to the bathroom, then I can use the bedside commode, bring it over next to the bed, and they can use that either with or without assist, right? But it still gives the same toileting experience, right? So they're more likely to go. I'm going to go through those 2 options first. Okay. So that's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping they can go to the bathroom. I'm hoping that they can use a bedside commode if they can't make it all the way to the bathroom. If not, then I got to look at some other options. And catheter and bedpan really are the only 2 I have left here. So if the patient needs a catheter, they'll get one, but we don't use them just for convenience. So if catheter isn't indicated, now we're left with bedpan. Notice bedpan was the last option on the list. Last option. So that's kind of like if we can't get it done any other way, we'll pull out the bedpan. It is never the first choice. And that's because bedpans are very hard for patients to use because of that whole psychological restriction. Okay. So CNAs cannot decide that a patient needs a bedpan. If the patient is bathroom privileges, they get up and go to the bathroom by themselves all the time. And today they say, oh, yeah, I'm just too tired. Can I just have a bedpan? Is that a call you can make?
No.
Who do you tell? Yeah, that might be a written test question. Right? But you know how to answer it because you understand your role. Care plan. Can't follow the care plan, we tell the nurse. Okay, so let's go to page 53. We're going to do this very, very quickly. Our range of motion care plan tells us to provide the following range of motion or ROM exercise for the resident's left shoulder. Flexion, extension, and abduction, adduction. Provide 3 repetitions of each exercise. The resident is not able to help with these exercises. Remember on Monday, we actually had somebody that posted a comment asking whether it was 7 repetitions or 3. You guys remember that? How many does this care plan say? And what do we know about care plans? We follow them. Absolutely. Absolutely. So it doesn't matter what number it tells us, we're going to follow that. Okay? Good? All right. So there's a lot of big words here. First is in the title, passive range of motion for the shoulder. Passive means the patient is not going to do the work, we're going to do it. If it said active range of motion, if I can ask everybody to extend your left arm above your head like you're asking a question, get it nice and straight, don't bend that elbow, reach for the sky. All right, bring it all the way back down. All right, very good. Let's do it again, all the way up and all the way back down. One more time. Come on, one up and back down. All right, left arm.
Oh,
So, other left. So here's the thing, right? That was active range of motion. You guys did the work. I explained to you what needed to be done, and I made sure you were doing it right. That was active range of motion. What does this one say? Yeah, passive. That means that I have to do the work. Patient's not going to. Lots of big words here. Flexion, extension, abduction, adduction. If you go back to page 61, I think it's 61. Is that right? No, hold on. 51. 51. Go to page 51. 51. I'm going to explain to you why range of motion is done. It's not done for the reason that you think it is. When we're talking about healthcare, we usually think about doing tasks that have a hand in making patients better, right? So you would think that if CNAs are doing exercises, it's to help improve the patient's condition. And that's actually not what we're doing here. We are not doing exercises to improve anything. We have a whole department for that. Anybody know what that is? Physical therapy. Yeah. And in order to be a physical therapist, you have to have a doctorate degree, 10 to 12 years of education. How long are we here? 4 weeks. That can't be us. Not us. 4 weeks, 10 years. Big difference. Even to be a physical therapy assistant, that's a 2-year degree. 2 years, 4 weeks, not us. So why are we doing exercises? CNAs do exercises to retain. Physical therapy does exercises to regain. Big difference. So if we're doing exercises and the patient can only lift their arms here, well, we're not trying to get any more than that. We're trying to maintain, right? So the next one will just go to that point. We will let the nurse know, hey, we got to here and the patient couldn't do any more, and the nurse will say, okay, thanks. So we are not the no pain, no gain gang. That's not us. We don't want pain. In fact, we should be looking for signs of pain. Grimacing, wincing, turning away, stiffening up, resisting. Any ow, ow is a good sign of pain. Any signs of pain, we need to go below the pain on the next repetition and let the nurse know what we found. Make sense? Very important. We need to understand our role here. Now, if you go to the next page, page 52, it's going to tell you about these 3 exercises: flexion, extension, abduction, adduction, and rotation. You guys just did flexion extension. I asked you to extend your left arm above your head like you're making or asking a question, right? So extend is straightening a body part. Flexing is bending a body part. They go together. 2 halves of the same exercise because we always return all the way to start. Abduction, adduction is a little trickier. The hand actually ends up in the same place at the end of the exercise, just a different way. When you abduct a child, you take it away from its family. Don't do that, that's bad. When you abduct an extremity, you take it away from its family. but this is a side to side motion where flexion extension was up in front, abduction adduction is up to the side. Notice my hand ends in the same place with both exercises, but it exercises different muscle groups. Okay? All right, so flexion extension is like asking a question. Abduction adduction is like making a snow angel. This care plan does not have us do rotation. So are we going to throw it in for a bonus? No. Rotation is an around motion. And for shoulders and hips, it's not what you think it is. So when you're doing rotation on a shoulder, it is not a pitcher wind up. A lot of people think that rotation is like this. This is not rotation. If you take your arm out to the side, palm up. Go ahead.
Which hand?
Either one. I just don't want you to hit a neighbor. If you take your arm up to the side, palm up, and then you rotate that palm all the way around so it's palm up backwards. Do you feel what that does inside your shoulder?
Yeah.
Bring it back around. Do it again. You feel what that does? That's rotation inside the shoulder. It's a very isolated muscle. Yeah, and if that hurts, you need to do more of it because those muscles are not being utilized properly. So back in the 30s, 40s, 50s, when you got up in the morning, you did calisthenics, which were just a couple of small exercises to keep your body limber and in shape. I don't know why we don't do that anymore, but it's a really, really good practice. Look up calisthenics, and it's a really good practice to get into. I know I should practice what I preach. So 3 repetitions is what we're going to do here. So this is a super quick skill. If you look at the bottom of the page, somebody with your level of experience should be able to complete this skill in 4 minutes or less. I need a volunteer, somebody to go over in that bed. Thank you. Oh, you know what? I'm going to do the top end for this. Maybe if I do. Hold on, guys, at home. There we go. I really need a production assistant. All right, so here we go. I'm going to do the whole skill from beginning to end. I will simulate hand washing. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patti. I'm your CNA today. How are you? Fantastic. I need to do some exercises on your left shoulder. Is that okay? I'm going to close my curtain, go wash my hands, get my supplies, and I'll be right back. So if I wasn't 100% sure whether it was left or right, should I fake it till I make it?
No.
What should I do?
Check the care plan.
Okay, somebody check the care plan for me because I'm not 100% sure. Left. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. All right, I have clean hands. All right, Miss Jones, I'm going to do all the work. All you have to do is let me know if there's any pain or discomfort as we do this, okay? Can I get you to scooch down just a little bit for me? There we go. All right, so I'm going to bring your arm up like you're asking a question and then all the way back down to the bed. Remember, we have to support at 2 points at the joints. So we're going to stretch your arm out, palm up, and we're going to go all the way up. Notice supporting. And all the way back down. There's 1, all the way to start. We're going to move slowly and smoothly, all the way up and all the way down. That's 2. Feel okay? Any pain? All the way up and all the way back in. That's 3. Good. Okay. Now I'm going to bring your arm out to the side and back in like you're making a snow angel. We'll do this 3 times. Again, we're going to support those joints. Oops. We're going to go all the way out and all the way back in. We're going to go all the way out and all the way back in. And 1 more. All the way out and all the way back in. Feel okay? Are you comfortable? Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Okay. Here's your call light. I'm going to put that right in your hand. If you need anything at all, just let us know, okay? And I'm going to open the curtain. Environment clean. Wash my hands. Make any corrections. Tell the evaluator my skill is done. Thank you. All right. Any questions on that? All right. We do range of motion on healthy extremities to keep them healthy while the patient is undergoing other care. Okay. Healthy extremities. All right. Give me about 2 minutes. I got to get this printed off for you. And we're going to go through the test registration packets. Oh, yeah. You go ahead and take them over there if you want. There are. No, should be. Oh, all right. Wait until later today and I'll have it up for you. Yeah, I know I've got a problem with that. Sorry. Forgot about that.
Clear. Yeah, that's all right.
Yes, your homework. Yeah, good. The homework over the weekend is chapters 5 and 6. 5 is on dementia. Pay very close attention to that chapter. It's going to be very, very important to you, especially in your clinical life because there are a lot of dementia patients that we'll be caring for. Chapter 6 is on skills. We're covering skills in class. Don't spend a lot of time on chapter 6. Read the paragraphs in between the skills. That covers information that we aren't necessarily going over in class. But don't worry about reading all the step-by-step skills. And remember, if there's ever a discrepancy between what you're reading in your yellow book and what I tell you, who do you listen to? That's right. You're welcome. And pass the whole packet over. Those are the checklists. What's that? No, no. Yeah, just remind me of class. Okay. All right. On our website, foryourCNA.com. Pull this up for those that are playing along. Okay. So on foryourCNA.com, if you look under the testing menu and it opens up, right here, you're going to see test registration instructions. You're going to want to go look at this. I have two things on there. One of them is a video where I actually do a test registration right on the screen. The other one are follow along slides. So the video is going to go fast and you may not be able to keep up. So below that is step by step follow along slides that you control the timing of. It'll tell you exactly what to do, what to put where. There's two ways of registering. One of them is mailing in the paper application I just handed you. The other one is to register online. The online registration goes much faster. It's the same application. It's all the same questions, just in an online form. It gets processed much faster if you do it online, but it's not as intuitive as you would think. You have to create an account. You have to submit a new application, and trying to find that is very difficult. Okay. So go watch my video if you want to register online, because I show you exactly how to do all of that online. Okay. Now, if you look at your the first sheet that I gave you, these are the 4 steps. This is the timeline. Step 1 is to do a background check. If you have not done a background check yet, you need to get one done. It's a level 2 background check with photo for healthcare. So if you got a level 2 for a concealed carry, it's not going to count. Or a level 2 for a daycare, it's not going to count. It's got to be for healthcare. So level 2 for a healthcare with photo, then you can skip this, step 1. But if you haven't gotten a level 2 with photo for healthcare, you need to go get a background check, and you're going to need that code, that ORI code. You see where it has the gray box right in the middle? It says ORI code, ORI number. You need that number when you go to when you register for the background screening. We suggest the one right here, the blue link there that I gave you. We suggest that one. They have an office here in Spring Hill, the UPS store on Barclay. We suggest that one, but you're welcome to go anywhere. Just make sure it's a level 2 with photo. Once you have a background check, you can register for the test. You're either going to mail in your paper application, that's the slow way, or do the online application with the instructions on my website. Okay. When you submit your registration, 1 to 3 days later, you're going to get an email back from Prometric. Open the attachment. When you get that email from Prometric, you want to make sure it says application status complete. Application status complete. That's what we're looking for. If you have here FBI record, if that says record not found, that means they did not find your background check. You've got to go get one done. You can't argue with them. You can't say, well, I had one done. They don't accept arguments. Either they found it or they didn't. If they didn't, go get one done because it may not have been coded correctly. About 7 to 10 days after that first email, if it says complete, you're going to get another email, and that's the testing date. Okay. So let's go through the registration packet really quickly. Most of this you're going to fill out on your own. You don't need me for it, except like you can fill out your own demographic information. You don't need me for that. So pages 1 and 2, you can pretty much be on your own for. Please make sure you use a name that you have 2 forms of ID that match. Okay. If you on page 3, in the middle is disciplinary history. Guys, this is if you've ever had a certification of any kind in another state, Florida or another state, and it was revoked because of misconduct. That's what this is. If you've never had a certification, the answer is no all the way down. Criminal history, self-explanatory. Page 4 is health history. You have to answer those. Can't help. Go to page 5. This is where you need my help. The very top section is certification option eligibility. You guys with me? Okay. Check off right now E3 Challenger. This is at the top of page 5. Top of page 5. E3 Challenger. I know some of you have already done it for. E3 Challenger. Do not select any other option. E3 Challenger. Now, training information, you're going to X out because it's only asking for that. If we had E1 or E2, we don't. We check off E3. So we're going to cross that out. Does not apply to us. And then below that is test site information. So you have to tell them where you want to test at. If you fill in this paper application, if you mail this in, that form, see at the bottom here where it has the codes. This is our code for Tampa, TAMAIR. So you just put that in that box where it says regional test site. If you're registering online, you don't need this code. There's a drop-down box. You just pick the Tampa one. Okay? Good? As far as the test itself, the exam selection, you've got 2 options, really. Clinical skills is always in English. Can't do anything about that. The written test you can take in either English or Spanish. But whichever one of those you choose, you can have audio as well. So audio means you get earphones and the computer actually reads the question to you, the question and answer choices. This is good if English isn't your first language or if you have a learning disability. So you would want to choose the one with audio if you want the computer to read you the question. If you don't need that, don't get it. Because students tell me it's very annoying when you're trying to read the question and their computer voice and you're trying to read it to you as well. It can get distracting. So if you need it, use it. But if you don't need it, don't use it. And then the page 6 is your candidate signature. Page 7 is how you're going to pay them. So that is the registration form. If you register this weekend, you should be testing about 2 weeks after graduation, which is perfect timing. Enough time that you can practice, but not so much you're going to forget. This is why I do this on the 2nd week. If I tried to do this during the 1st week, some of you would have testing dates before you graduated, and that is stressful. We don't want to do that to you. So if you fill this out this week and mail it in, you should be testing about 2 weeks after graduation. No, you do not. They assign you a day. If it doesn't work, call them up right away. About a week ahead. Yeah, if the date doesn't work, call them up and let them know. Right now, they're actually letting people know about 2 weeks ahead of time, according to my last class. I think they have a little bit of a backlog of the testing date's a little bit further out. So if that date doesn't work for you, just call them up and say, hey, that date doesn't work. And while they're on the phone with you, they'll come up with a mutually agreeable date. Okay. Don't wait until like the day before though, because they'll charge you then. Good? Questions? I know we went through a lot of stuff today. I hope you guys have a fantastic weekend, and I will see you on Monday. Don't forget your homework. Have some fun too. What's that? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, yes, review. I got them right here.
I just learned this morning that the F is on the bottom.
Oh,
I didn't know. I didn't even know they were.
thank you.
I'm
You're
like,
welcome.
I've been checking my answers.
all right. You're like, well.
Sure. You're welcome. Thank you. Yeah, I would let them know. Yeah, I would let them know. It really, they're not moving, they're not healing. So,
But I didn't want to just have like old incision in a program. So
yeah, you can let them know, but it's not going to impact their mobility. Thank you, though. You're welcome. Oh, thank you. All right, world, let me take a look and see. I don't see any comments that need to be responded to. So, all right, I'm going to go ahead and sign off. We will be live on Monday. Remember, I'm not doing my live tomorrow. I'm taking a couple weeks off to get the book done. So, hopefully, I'll see you guys on Monday. We'll go live at 9, and hopefully, I'll have some of these bugs worked out. So, until next time, happy caregiving, and thanks for joining.